Good morning, world, and that beautiful, beautiful, beautiful music you just heard, I literally played and recorded 5 minutes ago just for today's live stream as a way to say a happy, cheery good morning. And if you're a music lover like me, you probably want to hear it again, so here it is. But I'll keep it in the background. It's kind of an interesting question to consider whether having some faint music in the background during the live stream would be a good thing or a bad thing. I have absolutely no idea. No idea. So, but every once in a while when I'm in a chill mood, I like to just go in my studio and sit down at the piano. Ending on a beautiful, beautiful major seventh chord. Yep, that's what I did. It's a wonderful thing to be able to make good and beautiful music. Well, here's where we're at this morning, folks. We have got to get busy. We got work to do. Okay, so we're going to start actually not with animation per se this morning. We're going to start with editing. Because it looks to me, as I take a sip of my tasty beverage, it's actually not that tasty, it's kind of neutral. This is actually water. Hot water. The usual routine is coffee, 16 ounces, only Cafe Bustelo. Cafe Bustelo. It's important that you know about this, actually. Very, very important that you know about this. Because it is the best coffee in the world. Well, okay, maybe it's not the best coffee in the world, but it's really, really good. It's an Italian espresso. And so, yeah, 16 ounces of that, followed by typically 2 more 16 ounces of water that's actually hot water. Then the rest of the day, it's just water, cold water, right out of the filter. So what are we doing with the editing? Well, if we look past what we were working on yesterday, what we see is that we're really just coming back to Carliana, the mother, and she, Tianara, you dishonor his memory. Tianara gets a little bummed out, which could be slight variation on this type of a shot for sure, with a little bit of a camera pull. And then she gets a little harsh and says, that is all. And by the way, I should tell you guys, I have changed my OBS settings. I kind of found some recommended OBS live streaming settings, and so I'm trying those. We'll see if it works or backfires, but it doesn't appear to me that it helps the consistency of the live connection that much. What I am curious about as I look at this on full screen, I am curious if you guys can weigh in with an opinion. Is the actual live stream, like the sharpness of the screen overall, any better or worse than yesterday? Theoretically, it should be a little worse because I'm not sure that I was using GPU compression yesterday, and I am today. And typically, although that's more performant and takes the load off your CPU, according to the story, it actually can result in a little bit less quality. But on the other hand, my bandwidth is 4500 where it used to be 2500, so it should be sharper. So you got the bandwidth saying it should be a more crisp signal, the compressor saying it might be maybe a little less. So if anybody notices a difference from yesterday to today, let me know what you're seeing, because I am curious about that. So anyway, Carliana, we cut back to a close-up of her. Tianara, another close-up, that's all. And then this is where all the work's going to be. This is going to be the big job, because this is a bona fide classic animation job. Tianara is going to express her consternation and stomp out of the room. Okay, and so this storyboard image is really just showing the different poses that she goes through as she marches out. I don't know that this is the greatest composition in the world. I know when I remember when I did the storyboard, and this has been months ago. Um, I just wanted to make sure that I got the idea down, and I don't know that this is the best way to frame it. Truthfully, if I want to think like an anime guy, what I really want to do is come back to this shot right here, and then draw all these different poses. And this is such a spins around. Oh, see, we just gotta reconnect and a disconnect. So it doesn't seem to matter what I do. Um, hey Maria, good morning at all. It's actually looking a little sharper. Okay, good, 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 good. That's good. All right. So this shot would probably be better if we just spin her around and actually just animate the background. Show the background walking up to her instead of her walking back to the door. Yeah, we'll see. I actually think it's not a bad strategy though, because if we do that, we could then do a bit of a smash zoom back out once the door slams, and that brings us to this shot where Balder um, comes into frame, and he says like this: "Yeah, these kids nowadays, they got no appreciation." She will thank me later. You know what to do. And that's pretty much the end of the shot. So that's the end of the shot. Balder. I'm beginning to like Balder. Well, as you can see, as I mentioned yesterday, first thing in the morning, it's not hard to hit the low notes. Right now would be the time. If I was going to voice Megatron, I would do it now. Yes. That's what I would do. Okay, so let's before we get to cartoons, though, I mean, before we get to animation, let's deal with editing, because there's really some things we can do to improve this. Now, spank me, but I already edited this one a little bit. So earlier, this shot was a bit longer earlier, and I mentioned yesterday that the cool thing about this shot when I did it, is that there's so much emoting and acting. She's kind of panting. She's kind of going like this, like, okay. There's so much in it that, frankly, to keep it all in one cut kind of wrecks it, because it's a little overused. It's like you're going on, and the reality is, once the audience gets the emotion of it, you don't want to like leave them hanging there, forcing them to keep having this emotion shoved down their throat. It's debatable whether the turn is even useful there. I'm leaving it in at the moment only because I like the way she turns back and it immediately cuts to Mom. So there's this real energetic flow to it. So let's keep going and see what we're going to do on the next couple shots, because there's some changes we need to make. She says no, and then there's the pant, and then she comes into this expression here. Now this expression here we kind of used a little bit here and here. We reused it here with the dialogue. So this shot, without a doubt, is just too long. Now what I say is, she says no, and I don't think the panting, the hyperventilating, I don't think is necessarily helping us that much. So I'm making the old judgment call to do a cut right here, and then I'm going to have her, boom. We'll stick with the closed eyes. Let's see. No! Okay, and I don't know if going down all the way into that crouch position is actually helping either. So it's basically like a reaction and then a evaluating her options kind of thing. Okay? So that's kind of what I'm thinking from an editorial standpoint. Just, you will find that in the vast majority of cases, your show is not going to suffer by cutting it down. It almost always improves things when you chop things down. Okay, definite problem here on Mom. Okay, yeah, I mean, I kind of get the fact that her arms were out and we want to transition back. Working on an illustration to this week's little play from our group. Okay, cool. Cool. So, yeah. Okay, yeah, like we really need to sit there for 25 minutes waiting for her to bring her arms in? I don't think so. So what I'm going to do is just I'm going to maybe give it a frame or two. Maybe a frame or two. Yeah, see, that's so much better. Oh, please. I can't. Let me look at her line. Kaliana. Oh, come to marry into royalty? I'm thinking this is her attitude. Oh, come to marry into royalty? This is an honor for you and our family. Papa never would have. Okay, so now this is important too, as long as we're talking about editorial choices. This she needs to be interrupted because she mumbles this. Papa never would have. Boom. And then we're just gonna sit there. No. Papa never would have. Boom. We want to end that as brisk and hasty. We're going to end that as briskly as we can. So from an editorial standpoint, we've improved this sequence immensely, in my opinion. Married, so she just does a couple of the hyperventilating things, and as she, so you can sense that she's still shaking her head back and forth when it cuts to mom. Right? Isn't it wonderful? Oh! Oh, please. Okay, it's debatable whether this shot here really should be that long either, but we'll go with it for the moment. We can always chop it down a little bit downstream. Okay, so then Mama starts to firm up a little bit. She's getting a little strict now. Come to marry into royalty. It's a tremendous opportunity for you and our family. Papa never would have. Boom! There's Mom right there. And what does she say? Tianara, you dishonor his memory. Okay, so now, this is the thing. Call me a cheapskate, but if I don't at least consider that maybe this shot can just be reused here, like literally just reused, I will confess that I already tried it and I already know that it doesn't work being reused. However, what I haven't tried is reversing it. You would be amazed, I've said this before, but you'd be amazed how often you can just reverse a shot and just by some crazy miracle, it actually works. And in this case, what I'm going to do is, I think we'll just actually squeeze just a little tighter. Just a little tighter, right? Dishonor his memory. Okay. I actually have news. And the news is, yes, this shot can be used here. We're going to have to do a little editing to cut it into pieces. But you know what? Why am I going to go back and reanimate this if I don't have to? That's crazy. So I actually really like the moment of silence. So if she says, Papa never would have. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this, because she doesn't do anything for this little period of time here. We're going to take this and use it as a utility shot. Okay, we're going to be using that here in a minute. It's important that her lips are moving when we enter the shot because she's kind of interrupting Tianara. Okay, so. So she said, I am totally spitballing here on the lip sync. I'm completely spitballing. I'm going to say, okay, and I'll tell you what, I'm really guessing here. The problem is there are too many ooh shapes. Yeah, that didn't work, so I'm just, this might not work at all, but it's worth a try. It's going to take an order of magnitude less time than redoing the animation. If we were going to completely embrace the sort of the anime aesthetic of there's really only 3 lip shapes, this would be easier actually because you wouldn't have the ooh shape, but in this case it's okay. So I want to go And let's go like that. So she says Papa never would have. Tianara, you dishonor his memory. Look at that. It actually works. You know, we could go in there and argue that maybe there's a lip shape in there somewhere that isn't perfect. But you know what? And I'm not going to do it now, but I could at any time just go back into the sequence, find the correct lip, because she doesn't move, right? The only thing moving is her lips. So I could find another lip shape that is better and just actually cut it in there. So didn't we? I don't know. I don't know what we did. OBS is acting stupid. It looks like it's going on and off and on and off. I don't think this is ever going to change. Papa never would have. Tianara, you dishonor his memory. Okay. What is the other thing she says? So, okay, and I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm going to do the same thing again. I don't have any great desire to go to a different shot. What we'll do is we'll take this shot again. Let's open it up in the trimmer, just because it makes it a little easier. And actually, the reason I want to open it up in the trimmer is because I'm going to drag it in. I'm just going to grab a piece of it, drag it in, and then I'm going to crop it just a little even tighter. So if I copy this and then actually paste the event attributes, boom. Now that's cropped the same as the other, and I'm going to crop it in even more. Actually, no, I'm not. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to reverse this back again. And I am going to do a smash zoom when she says the word all. So let's turn off reverse and just see what we have. Okay, I mean, there's some silence right there, so. Hey, Inio-san. And I'll tell you what, that's it. There's the shot. Wait, you say, Dave, how can that be the shot? How can that be the shot? Think about it, people, think. She's going to be saying the word that's off screen. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take this shot right here, and from here to here, we're going to smash zoom it. Oh, this is going to be good. And then I have to do the same thing I did before again. I need to go Control C and then paste event attributes. That takes the cropping that I just, oh wait, that's bad because I've got a smash zoom in there. So hang on, I got to fix that. So I want this key in there, but I don't want this key in there. So we're almost done, and we're going to get back to cartoons here in a minute. But editing is very important, okay? So she says, Tianara, you dishonor his memory. That's all. Look at that. Isn't that sweet? That is sweet. And now we've accomplished about 3 seconds of show, close to 4, in maybe 15 minutes. We are smoking. And let me see what this is. So now what we've done, this is amazing. The only thing we're going to have to do animation-wise here is do this one, which is a modification of this one where we're basically shut that girl's mouth and give her some tears. That's pretty much all we're doing here. I think that this, if you guys want to learn about how to integrate with Tahoma, this might be a good opportunity to do it, because we could take this shot. Let me see here. Let me find the perfect frame. What I really think we should probably do is maybe take this shot and bend it with the plastic tool. In fact, oh my goodness. What are the odds? The shot that I cut and pasted into Tahoma yesterday is, in fact, exactly the shot we need. So this shot that we still have to... Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. This is pretty lucky. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to save this right now, because this is actually going to be valuable. So this is shot 318, and we didn't even know it. So File... We better save this immediately, because the gremlins of animation evil will basically cause probably Tahoma to blow up, you know, while we're working over here in Vegas, and then we'll lose our opportunity. Okay, so unbelievably, this shot is already done, pretty much, because all we need to do is animate this. All right, so let me check a couple things here real quick before I go too crazy. I want to check my preferences and look at my animation. And my animation step is 1, and my interpolation is linear. Now, for most circumstances, it would probably, like an ease in, ease out, or a speed in, speed out situation would be probably preferable. I'm going to favor linear, however, just to, I can put in my own little tweens if I want to. And now the other thing we need to look at is our scene settings. We do not want our scene at 24 frames a second. We want it at 8. I'm going to stick to that religiously because I think it's a good limitation, actually. Limitations are your friend. They make you creative. Checking something here real quick on OBS. Okay. Alright, so we're going to save this. Save all. Save all. Okay, believe it or not. And the caveat to all this is we're going to have to add an extra layer to, we're going to have to add extra levels to animate the tear falling, and then give her an eye blink. Okay, so that's what we'll do. So we'll do it in, too bad Darren's not here, because if Darren was here, he'd be going, yeah, man, you're using Tahoma, dude, alright. That's what he'd be saying, I think. Alright, so I'm going to take this key. For what it's worth, I don't really like the timeline that much. Actually, you know what? I really need to. I guess I'll just try to get used to it, just to be nice. So I'm going to grab that key, Control C, Control V. Okay, now obviously this drawing needs to be extended out to, oh, let's say 48, just for kicks and giggles. Sooner or later I need to, by the way, and anybody wants to weigh in with an opinion on this one, let me know. Sooner or later I would be interested in doing a Tahoma integration with Krita plastic tool tutorial that basically explains this question. So I'm going to just state what the question is, and then you guys tell me if this is an interesting question that you really would like to have the answer to. Alright, so here's the question. Let's see, how long is it going to take her to bring her head down? This is going to be slow. So we'll say 16, so a second and a half. Okay. Let's let this play in real time. So here's the question. The question is, yeah, that's too slow, folks. Let me go back to the beginning and see how long it takes her to start. L key. Yeah, let's just start this on 8 instead of 4. Let's give her 1 full second to breathe. And then I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. So I'm going to go back here and give her a half a second. That's too short. So let's split the difference. We'll split the difference. That's what we'll do. So I keep telling you there's a question. And here's the question. What if I had a situation, like let's say, oh, this is a great example. Okay, what if I had a situation where I like drawing in Krita, okay, and I want to cut and paste my drawings, in which this case, if we were going to use the plastic tool especially, what would we really have? Well, it depends on if we break this woman's arms, but basically, you could say that, let's just keep it simple, and we'll say for the sake of argument that we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we got 4 drawings. And let's just say what we wanted to do in terms of our goal is we want to cut and paste these 4 drawings from Krita into Tahoma, and we want to use the plastic tool to give additional animation, maybe to her arms or whatever. Let's just say this is just an example. But the problem is, as you can see here, when Tahoma generates the mesh that allows you to do the plastic tool, it generates the mesh right around the perimeter of the character. And the problem is, here, that perimeter would look like four different meshes. What do you do? What do you do? Well, the reality is there's actually, not only, the reality is you can generate multiple meshes, But the other thing you can do is actually just put in a solid color layer and generate a mesh over the entire frame so that all your animated frames are all inside the mesh and just work with that. You also can create multiple skeletons for each of the different poses, and you can animate the switch from one skeleton to another. So it's all animatable. So these are all things about the plastic tool that are quite, excuse me, quite powerful, and right there for you to use if you're thusly inclined. Okay, so now let's hit the L key to play this. I still don't like the pacing of it. Let me do this one more time. It's a little stiff. So let's go here and just go like that. See if that helps a bit. Oh, I see. Nope, that's bad news. Well, actually, what I just showed you is a great. This is actually why I often don't bother with keyframe interpolation, because you see what this is a good thing that the software is doing. It's thinking for me. It's saying, well, yeah, you just put in this other key, so now we want to slowly interpolate between them from here to here. But then the problem is it's interpolating back to here, and I have to sort of correct for it, and it's back and forth and back and forth. That's completely my fault. But the point I often make when I talk about doing frame-by-frame animation in Krita is that the software often gets it wrong in terms of guessing what your intention was. That's the problem. And so you wind up spending, I mean, the whole point for me, of course, is the time. You wind up spending more time fixing what the keyframe interpolation didn't get right than you would have spent just drawing it and putting all the tweens in by, manually. Okay, that looks pretty good. So we'll go with that. Now, if you want to scale the character, which we need to do here, there's a couple ways we could do it. We could do it actually by going into 3D. I don't know if you guys knew you could do this, but you can go into 3D in OpenToonz or Tahoma, and you can actually animate the camera. So I could just crop the camera in. Or what I could do is I could use the animate tool to just scale her up. Now the important thing to remember is that you don't want to scale up your character. You want to scale up the plastic tool layer, not the layer with the art on it. And actually, in this case, I want to move her a little bit too. So that's really what I'm after. Okay, why do you have to animate or adjust the plastic tool? Well, if we hit F3, you can see what's really going on here is here's the table. So this is what gets rendered out in OpenToonz or Tahoma. This is the plastic tool, and this is Tianara. So Tianara is being fed through the plastic tool to the output. Okay? Just jumping around here. There's two schematics, in case you didn't know this. There's two schematics in OpenToonz. One is for doing effects in post-production. You've got a full-blown node-based compositor, just like you have in Blender, really, with the Blender nodes. Or there's this schematic, which is actually the structure of your scene. So the problem is if I animate her, if I move her around, her drawing will actually slide out from under the plastic tool. And it can be quite a mess. It's actually quite a mess, yes. Not a good situation at all. Okay, guys, I gotta tell you, I don't really like the, okay, here's what we're gonna do. I want to put in, I'm going to keep trying to work with the timeline. The timeline's beautiful. You would think this is insane to think I love the timeline in Krita, but I can't stand the timeline in OpenToonz. That doesn't really make any sense, right? And I'm not really sure why. To tell you the truth, I'm not sure why. I find the X sheet way easier to get around in. Maybe it's just because I've done it for a long time. One of the nice things about the timeline in OpenToonz and Tahoma is that I believe it can be scaled. Maybe this is, yes. Okay, so you can scale it, so that's kind of useful. You can't scale it enough, though, it doesn't look like to me. Meaning, in practice, the magic number for me would be 240, because that would give me 3 full, actually I'm sorry, 30 full seconds of animation at 8 frames a second. So anyway, so now the question becomes, guys, this is where we're getting into practicalities. All right. Changes. Oh, I know I can do that. I know I can do that. Problem is, our orientation here, obviously we would want the X sheet to either be up like this or probably off to the side. Typically in OpenToonz, I use the room that has the X sheet to the right. And what I actually do most of the time in Tahoma is I just open the X sheet in another window. And so I just go Windows, X sheet, which of course is F2, and it's actually open up top here in the other screen. So it's not like it's a big problem, but we're gonna keep rocking and keep working with it here. So, but thanks for weighing in there, Darren. You are the expert. Anybody who doesn't know that, if there's 6 people watching. If any of you guys are not subscribed to that guy that just commented, Darren T, let me tell you something. If you want to know everything there is to know about OpenToonz and Tahoma, you need to subscribe to his channel right now. Like, click on his name, open it in another window, and subscribe if you have not already. Because if you don't, you're a silly goose. Okay? Darren T is the definitive expert on YouTube for OpenToonz and or Tahoma. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. What we want to do, my friends, is we want to give her an eye blink. And the problem we're going to have, in theory, but I'm going to show you how to fix it, is that we love this plastic tool animation. We say, it's just perfect. Problem is, if I draw a picture over top of this to close her eye and blink it, she's going to move out of the way. And what we want to do is we want to make sure that her eye blink is inside and influenced by the plastic tool, so that potentially we could even have the blink happen here, which creatively is probably not a bad idea. We probably want to go blink, blink. And that means no matter what, we need the blink to be influenced by the plastic tool. So in half a second, I'm going to show you how you do that, because it's actually pretty easy. In this case, I would say, let's go with a smart raster level, and we'll call this eye blink. We'll just make it simple. Okay, boom. Okay, so all we're going to do here is create a drawing, and then, like I said, I'm going to show you in half a second how you make sure that this drawing is also going to be part of the plastic tool. Okay, dorky. All right. So let me hit the B key. Boom. Okay, so that means we just created a drawing. It looks to me like it already put a drawing in for us, but you know, another thing you want to be aware of, by the way, is that theoretically the eye blink could be done here. Could be done directly over top of her here. We could create a duplicate drawing with an eye blink and do it that way. There's nothing wrong with that. There's really, practically speaking, it doesn't make a shred of difference. Nice comment, Dur. I like that. I love your little one-liners. I love it. We could put the eye blink on the same layer. I'm choosing. The problem you're going to have is if I try to draw directly onto her now, it will not let me. I can go into the drawing panel. I can draw over it. I could create a duplicate drawing and do it here. If you try to do it on the X sheet, it will be a cosmic fail because of the plastic tool. The fact that the plastic tool is affecting this mesh means you can't just start drawing on it in the X sheet. Okay? So if once you've applied the plastic tool, you gotta either draw in the drawing panel, or the other solution obviously is this. This is a biggie, actually. Okay, you've set up your plastic tool, you've set up your skeleton, everything works. Okay, so now take Tianara and just send her back key. Sorry, that's not what I intended to do. I'm going to hit Control Z and see if that'll undo it. And it won't. I think I have to do it this way. I'm trying to keep my workspace clean here, so I just want to delete that drawing. And now this you would think would, oh, I'm disconnected right now. I'm disconnected. Sir Regulus, how can you pan like using a camera in Krita? Let me ask you a question, Sir Regulus. Do you want to pan the drawing or do you want to move the camera? If your goal is to get parallax or to zoom in on your scene or pan the camera so that all layers move, that would be one strategy. If you want to grab a single layer and pan it around, that would probably be a different strategy. So what are you trying to do? Are you literally trying to move the camera? Is that really your intent? If so, I can show you how to do that. If it's your intent to be able to move or pan any layer, that's a little different, but not much. Not much, actually. Oh, I'm sorry. I just had a stupid attack. Let me draw this. You said in Krita. The answer is it's not easy. It's not easy. The short answer is you would have to put all of your layers in a group. Make sure each of your layers has at least one animation key, usually on frame 0, and then you would select the group and go to your different frames and then move the group. But it's a very clunky process, and if you're kind of new to this stuff, this would be my recommendation to you, Sir Regulus. If I were you, I would learn right now, as early as possible. I would get comfortable with the idea of bouncing between Krita and OpenToonz. If you like Krita like I do, I'm 90% of my time is in Krita. Love it. Use Krita. But if you really want to move a camera, dude, take the time and learn Tahoma as well. Because as we saw yesterday, and in fact this very shot, is simply me taking an image from Krita and cutting and pasting it into Tahoma. So why am I going to even cry about the fact that I can't do it in Krita when it's so stupidly easy for me to just do it in Tahoma? Oh, gee, I had to take, let's see, 3/10 of a second to cut and paste. Boo-hoo. Okay, so now I accidentally created another... I'm yakking so much that I am making all kinds of mistakes. So I'm going to settle my fanny down here and just go like this. I'm just going to go like this. And then I'm going to ask myself, wait a second. Why didn't anything appear to happen? Oh, it did. I don't know. I see what's going on. Okay. This, I think you need to grab this little header right here and drag up. Because obviously, folks, the eyelid needs to be on top. Gee. Did you figure that all by yourself there, Dave? Alright, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the R key. And what that does in Tahoma is it lets you sample a color from anywhere in your shot. Alright, and I'm going to go boop. And then I'm going to hit the fill tool and just do a standard fill. It looks like it's set to freehand, so that means I need to draw a lasso. Okay, so there we go. One thing I wish, Darren, let me know if this is possible. One thing I've wanted for a long time. Tahoma lets you obviously turn off layers. But what about soloing a layer? What about a hotkey that says turn everything off except the current layer? That would really be kind of nice. Okay, so now what I'm going to do here, this is a little unconventional. I'm going to actually change the color a little bit. And the reason I'm doing that is because I need to get her, you know, kind of her eyelash situation in there. So I'm going to add another color and make that, we'll just make it black. Okay, so now I'm going to grab a brush. Let me look at my brush settings here. Seems like, pressure was turned off. That explains it. Okay, and we'll just split the difference on hardness. Okay, so is there a way, Darren T, oh, brilliant, Tahoma genius, to simply solo a layer? Okay. Clearly we need to give ourselves a little more latitude on the high end as far as our line thickness. I tend to usually actually, when I'm using, and I want to turn my hardness down to nothing, man. I want that to be way smooth. See, so this is another reason why I tend to get a little cranky about Tahoma / OpenToonz. Because as you can see, even though we've got this set to overall, and again, Darren, I'll say it again, okay, and that has occasional application, I suppose. the other question I was going to ask you, sir, is one of the things I've tended to bitch about, actually, about Tahoma is that even though we've got these options for how the smart raster level, wait a second, you can right click on the eyeball and choose show only this. I've never noticed that one. Okay, am I having to click on the eyeball in here? Show hide. Okay, that's not quite it. I'm not seeing a show only this. Clicking on the header. The eyeball in the column header. Oh, okay. Okay, so you guys heard it here first. So I would click here. Ah, on this only. Okay. Well, okay. I better, I want to, yeah, we want to show this. Oh, okay, that's what we wanted. That's what we want. Okay, that's it. So the thing I would have to find out is whether that, I guess it wouldn't make sense to map that to a hotkey because if you hit the hotkey, it wouldn't know which column you were referring to. So, yep, got it. Right. I got it. I figured it out, buddy. So this is what we want. This is useful. This is, yeah, absolutely. Especially if if your scene's getting a little unwieldy. Okay, so as long as you're here and you're answering questions, this is my other question. It's always been a bit befuddling to me that we have the ability to determine whether the lines we draw in a toon raster level are going to be in the palette order, under, or overall. Typically, I go overall because what I want to do is I want to draw over top. But OpenToon's sort of algorithm for determining how that really works seems a little hit and miss to me because right now I'm actually drawing over it and I have to really press hard just to get the lines to register. And right here at the edge, they don't want to register at all. I mean, look at that. What is that about? Okay, so it's like it's not willing to just draw over the pixels that were there before. I'm like, really? I mean, how do you what do you do with that? I don't get what we're supposed to. How do you deal with that? You know, it's one of those things where I go, okay, how would this ever be useful? I'm not quite sure about that. So I get the idea that if we're using pressure sensitivity, then it has to decide. It seems to me that you would want to treat whatever's already drawn on the sheet. Okay, we'll try and create. All right, let's try it. Boom. Maybe that's working. I'm not sure. Tell you what I'm going to do just to keep it fair. I'm going to delete all this like so. Let's go back to this, and I'm actually going to hit the brush tool, not the paintbrush tool, so I can just kind of paint in the shape of color. Go back to the brush, grab this, and then you're saying do the hardness. All right, so I'm going to try to make my life a little easier here by rotating my canvas, which in Tahoma is Control Spacebar. Zooming is Shift Spacebar. In case you were wondering, and I believe Spacebar alone is panning, so kind of what you might expect. All right, we set our hardness to 100. I'm thinking this probably needs to go from about 1 to 10. Let's see what happens. Okay, yeah, that is better, buddy. There you go. Excellent. Thank you. Okay. I can live with that. The hardness thing. If my pressure goes down to, you know, really light, it pretty much doesn't register. But okay, so now if I hit the N key, that rearranges my whole, or I mean, it resets my whole, my scene. So now I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm going to go B key. I'm going to actually zoom way in right here. Go like this. And then just fill it. So again, I'm set to freehand mode. If I want to be able to click and fill, you want to be in normal mode then. Boop, there, piece of cake. B key, now I'm hitting Control Spacebar to rotate around. And B key to draw that. Okay, so you can see it's a little pixelated, but I think we're going to discover that, as you can see right here, if we were actually at, you know, render resolution, you can't see that pixelation, so it's no big deal, right? Oops, I keep hitting Control instead of so. And this is something that people with using OpenToonz have maybe kind of always been you're talking about increasing the minimum size to probably 2 or 3. I'm going to stick with what I've got. This seems to be working. For a my paint brush, you know, for the standard OpenToonz brush, these settings are probably going to work out pretty well. Okay, so now the question becomes, do we want to fix these eyebrows a little bit in a couple ways? Number one, let's hit the V key, which for me is the Smart Raster Paint Tool, is what Jeremy is calling it. Used to be called the brush, I think, as opposed to the paint brush. Yeah, whatever, pal. Whatever you want to call it. Okay, so the question is, do we want to change the color back? And if we do, all we got to do is hit the R key and sample the color we want. So if we wanted her eyebrows to be blue, we just click somewhere on the blue, right? But no, I'm thinking we want them this color. And I was going to entertain the idea of maybe making them just a little bit darker, like so. Kind of the Disney princess thing. So, again, hitting Shift Spacebar to pull out. I think, what the heck, we'll leave that in there. Okay, so here's the thing. We're going to figure out how to do the plastic tool now. What we're going to do is move this blink to here, and then we're going to just hit Control C and then Control V. Okay, so I wanted to have a blink during the movement. All right, so now I hit the L key to play the animation, and as you can see, that worked out fine. But of course, TNR is not moving, so I'm going to hit F3 to open up the schematic. And here's what we're going to do. This is where it gets magic. All right, we're going to put TNR back through the plastic tool, but guess what? We can also take the eye blink and stick it through the plastic tool. And now everybody follows the plastic tool. See? Now you can see a little hiccup on our drawing actually right there. So let's go in here, hit the eraser, fix that, and back here, and we're good. Okay. So this shot is actually, believe it or not, getting close to done. But there's one thing missing. I need to hit the N key, by the way. N key, Shift, Space Bar. Okay, so Darren, I'm going to look at Darren's comments because he's always got good information here. Not the eyeball, the table image. Try increasing your height. Okay, we got that. Maybe perfect, yeah. He changed that name because users keep trying to use the paintbrush. Well, I agree the original naming was kind of stupid. Is it the brush or the paintbrush? Silly. And it only works on smart raster levels. Yeah, so I agree with that. I agree with that. I have a suspicion that most people don't use it that much. They're probably using you know, the brush to just draw stuff and then do fill operations. But the reality is that the paintbrush, or the smart raster paint tool, is actually very, very useful because it allows you to just paint shapes of color. And you can paint lines, areas, or both. I tend to use it as areas. And if you put selective on, what that does is it makes it so that it will not paint over any area that already has paint on it. So it's kind of a protector. I wish we had the opposite. I wish we had alpha lock with the with that tool. If we had alpha lock, then you could do what I do in Krita all the time, which is you basically make it so you can't paint outside the lines. Both are very useful, but obviously for doing shadows and stuff, being able to alpha lock is great. So anyway, from an animation standpoint, we're basically good. Yep. And you know, see, this is just a judgment call. We can just be creative and say, well, look, I just want to throw in another one just to see how it feels, you know. Okay. Now, problem. Okay, I am going to show right now It's tempting to create a second skeleton, but I think what I'll do instead is add some bones to this skeleton just to see if it works. So I'm going to hit the X key to go into, yeah, I'm going to hit the X key, and what I'm going to do right now is risky behavior. So I'm going to save all. I'm going to go into build skeleton mode. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this here, and then immediately let's see if it really changed anything. I don't think it will. It shouldn't have changed anything. Okay, good. Just because relative to the art, nothing really changed position. Okay. Now what I want to do actually is add another bone here, and if I would have put it where I really want it, I would have it would have created a problem. It would have actually added it in between, and I want this to be free. I want it to be right there on her dot. Okay? Now, let's just make sure again that we haven't introduced any garbage. Okay. So now, the reason I said this is dangerous behavior is because I'm going to kind of do a little stretchy poo and just see what happens. Okay, so right here I'm going to take this bone that I just added and see what happens. Now, this is important. I'm going to turn off this little clicker here called keep distance. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm turning off keep distance because now it means I can stretch the bone along its axis. Oh my goodness, look at that, people. I think I get the prize for that one. Folks, what you're learning here is worth its weight in gold. Because remember, most of this art came from Krita. This is all about taking Krita and Tahoma and turning them together into the absolute fanny-kicking animation triumvirate? Not sure what you'd call it. But I'm telling you. Okay, so I'm going to turn this off. Now, you're still seeing the bones, but, well, okay. It looks like you're not seeing the bones. So maybe you will and maybe you won't. But I'm just going to turn the plastic tool layer off. But oh my gosh, I love it. I love what that did. Now, if you wanted to, you want to be even more dangerous? Let's be even more dangerous and try to dial it in even more. I'm going to save my work. Watch this. Okay? Just trying to be smart here. I'm going to go into the build skeleton mode. Now watch this. Watch carefully. Watch carefully. I'm going to actually add another bone here. Well, why would you do that, Dave? Why would you do that? Because now, when I go back here, I can actually compensate back for the damage that it did to the hair. And frankly, you know what? I want to take this even a step further. I'm going to go into build skeleton mode. I'm going to change this. I'm going to put it here and here. So we're taking this little bone and pushing the eyebrows up, but then we're going to use the other two to compensate in the opposite direction for the distortion of the little dot and her hairline. I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know. We're about to find out. Okay, so that moves up. And while that's moving up, I'm going to actually take a note here. It would actually be really cool to know what the, I can actually do this. Look at this, guys. Let's do this. Let's go over to this edge here and let's put a mark. Okay? See that? I'm going to put a mark here. I'm just clicking in this little border. And I'm going to put a mark here. Why did I do that? Because now, when we go to this point, now all I got to do is drag these. Well, this is actually okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this back to my mark point. So this essentially didn't move. Let's see if it worked. It might not work. Okay, it looks to me like there's just too many bones going on. And so, let me just see. This might be okay though. Okay, yeah, so we'd have to go back here. I see what the problem is. My bad. My bad. This should have been here at the start. Okay. And now because, okay, so let me be clear about what just happened here, because this is going to be probably confusing. I know why it didn't work, Darren. Okay, if you um, what OpenToonz does, or Tahoma does, is that when you put in a keyframe, it actually only stores the animation keyframe position for the bone that you just selected. So now the problem is that this bone, because it's the child of this one, okay, so this bone is connected to this one, so what's happening is when I added this animation data for this bone down here, it actually, that position is what OpenToonz is going to remember through the whole animation. So I said, well, let's compensate for that. So I go back here and I say, stretch it back out a little bit. Well, the problem now is that Tahoma is going to interpolate like this through those two positions. So that's a bit of a clunker. So the only way to really fix that, honestly, is to just super carefully go through here and hope that we don't wind up with a bunch of animation chatter that makes everything look stupid. And it looks like we're going to have that chatter, so we have a real problem here. The only way we can really fix that, honestly, is to go probably into the function editor. So let me see. I may be getting into a level of open recent scene file, discard the changes. I'm going to go ahead and reopen it. Cool. I'm going to reopen this and let's see what we have. Okay, cool. So we're going to redo this. I made a little boo-boo. Made a little boo-boo. It's important that I put a keyframe on frame 1. Very important. Are you saying, you're saying that the problem I just bumped into is pretty much common with all programs that use bones that are parented to each other and the way it manages keyframes? I think that's what you're saying, and I agree with you. It's something that you should always be aware of. It's generally good policy. Anything that even has any possibility of ever being animated, it's probably, let me see, I wanted to do this. Actually, no. I wanted to do this, this, and this. Anything that possibly could be animated, it's generally good practice to go ahead and stick in a keyframe on frame 1. It just is. So in this case, I could just probably go like that and go like this. And I think I'm probably good to go. Okay, so now we see that. And now all we have to do is get from here to here. Now, the problem's going to be, no, it kind of worked actually. It actually worked, because this one's already locked in its position, so there's really no need to do anything else actually. A little change is okay. If I want to be even more careful, there's a pretty easy way to do it, and this would be the way. It's just, you could branch off here from wherever you want, but the way I would do it is go like this, probably. I'd go boom, 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 and then from here I'd go like this. And all I'm doing is I'm creating a parameter, or a perimeter I should say, around which these interior bones aren't gonna have an effect, because there's these other bones that are gonna take precedence there, and that'll probably fix it. We'll see. That normally is kind of the way to go. Yep, that did it. Look at that. So we can have a little bit of a move there in her hair, but basically I think we got it. Anybody want to complain? Yes, and that's what I did. So Darren, I'm responding to Darren's last comment. All I needed to do was move the top bone point down to the hairline, and that's exactly what happened, and it worked famously. So now if we hit the go button, look what we see. Isn't that awesome? So now all we got to do is animate her tear. Okay, now let's give this half a second of consideration. What we want to do is put, I'm going to say, dang, I think we're going to use a raster level. I'm going to do a raster level, just a plain old raster level, and use the My Paint brushes probably. Okay, so here, let's stretch this up a bit. Wait a second, what just happened? What did I do wrong? That's a little vexing. I thought I just created a new layer, new level. Let's see, tiers. It's a raster level, and I hit OK. And it says it's already there. It says it already has. I'm a little confused there, Darren. I created the level, and it's not exposed in the X sheet. And I tell you, one thing I've literally never once done in 2 years is take a level that I just created that for whatever bizarre reason doesn't show up in the X sheet and have to expose it in the X sheet or the timeline, as the case may be. Why didn't on frame 11? Oh, I see. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So what we'll do is we'll take this header. I'm sorry, that's a boneheaded mistake. Well, this kind of points up why I kind of prefer the X sheet, because the X sheet has, you know, it's kind of infinite. Okay, so in other words, here's the X sheet, here's the frame. Well, in the X sheet, I just go like this and problem solved. I just drag it over. Whereas in the timeline, how do you add new columns? You know, I just added a new level and it didn't add a new column. How do you add a new column in the X sheet? It didn't create a column because you had space for the drawing. Okay, so can I say that because I had this cell selected, that's why it put it there? But if nothing was selected, I presume it would have. Oh, wait a second. And now it's showing these columns. Yeah, see this again. I've seen this before, and I think I kind of called this a bug in another video some time ago. This, you know, now all of a sudden it's showing 2 columns. Now, the truth is there's an infinite number of columns. So why is it showing me 5 and 6? Just because I clicked there? So if I click on 7, all of a sudden 7 will show up in the timeline? And it doesn't. So I'm not feeling the consistency of behavior that makes sense. So for me, like I said, I think I'm going to make some changes right now. I'm popping this sucker out and getting rid of it. You're gone. And then I'm going to hit the X sheet right here. And I'm going to stick it where I like it, which is typically there. All right. Actually, let's put it to the right of these other guys. Let me get that out of there for a moment. And now this is kind of the quintessential QT problem. Look at this. See, now because I just stuck that in, but I put it in the wrong place, it moved these other columns over. But for whatever reason, look, it doesn't want to let me select the border between them to resize it. So that's kind of a deal buster, really, in terms of functionality there. By unminimizing, or unmaximizing, I should say, dyslexia moment, I was able to get a hold of it. So, okay, I'm sticking to my guns. I'm going to take the X sheet, and it doesn't want to let me go all the way. So, okay, that's all right. We'll put it here, and then we'll take this and put it here, and then we'll take this and put it here. Okay, now things are starting to get back to normal-ish, and this will be my room. This is how I used to work pretty much all the time. I mean, in truth, probably this would be better down here underneath the X sheet. It's all opinion, you know. And let's see, I think I prefer to have the palette to the left. So that should be a pretty good situation for me. Okay, so I'm going to save my work and leave the layout at that. Because this is just the way okay, hold on, I better look at Darren's messages. Right clicking and choosing remove empty columns. Yeah, to have to take that extra step seems pretty stupid to me. They're still there on the X sheet and the underlying data, so you have to use you can dock panels to the extreme left or right when maximized. Just unmaximize it, then you can dock them. Okay. Well, we got it pounded into shape, so no big tragedy. So this layout is pretty much what I used to always use in OpenToonz. If I opened OpenToonz right now, I could look and see if it's exactly the same. But what I tend to like is I can click here with my middle mouse button and just move around. And so if I've got a few more columns, I can kind of zoom in on the area I'm interested in. And if I need a large view, I can just hit F2 and it's going to open up. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. It's going to open up a large X sheet. But I don't actually need to go to the full-size X sheet that often. So there we go. So the one disadvantage of the X sheet versus the timeline is that you cannot scale the X sheet. You can't squeeze these thinner. I've never found that really to be a problem. So, and by the way, to be fair, if you wanted to have the best of both worlds in terms of navigation, I would suggest this. Go ahead and stick a timeline back in there. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and, as Darren said, unmaximize. Okay, go ahead and stick in a timeline just so you have it there. Okay, really? Really, Tahoma? That's what you're going to do. Okay, I got you. I see what you're doing. Okay, and then, okay, this is just a little bit. Well, again, I can't emphasize enough. To me, this is QT. This is quintessential QT. Okay, so it's when I rant about what's wrong with software, this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Oh, it's such an amazing feature that you can create all these dockers. They're just amazing, and you can put them anywhere in your interface. You can put them wherever you want. Scenario, tell me the situation where that would be a desirable behavior. Tell me where that would be good. It would be good to not be able to resize it. Okay, so what this did for me is it just gives me the ability to kind of sort of navigate a little better. So I had to jettison a little bit of screen real estate in exchange for the ability to actually have a timeline. So now it kind of looks like Blender, actually. This is kind of what my Blender layout looks like. So we're in good shape here, folks. Let's forge ahead. This is starting to take longer than it really should. So I'm going to say TNR. And so this is actually quite good. It's almost like this. To navigate my cells, I want to be in the X sheet. But to just get around in time, I kind of like having the timeline down there, like this. So now what you're seeing right now is another, ostensibly, you could argue it's a bug. Because this is a thing that's always happened with OpenToonz. Is what's happening right now is by scrolling ahead, basically, Qt doesn't quite know how to cope with managing this window over. You start scrolling forward and things kind of get out of control in terms of waiting for it to finish scrolling. It can get a bit messy. So anyway, you probably lost half of those comments because of the OBS turning off and on. But okay, so Maria says, I continue to have both timeline and X sheet in the Tahoma screen, but basically work within the X sheet. Okay, yeah, see, that's pretty much me too. Timeline and X sheet visible once can cause synchronization issues, which is what I just showed. So in other words, this is actually only practical because see how it spun way forward? Whoa, didn't mean to go that far. Okay, so for me, the fact that these two won't synchronize means I can't, in practice, really use the timeline just for navigating through time as opposed to navigating through the levels. Therefore, this is absolutely useless to me. Boom, gone. You're gone forever. Don't need you. See you later. Goodbye. Okay, so what do we want? We want a tier. So what we're going to do, scroll bar that shows the whole scene. Yeah, I mean, I kind of sort of remember that, but usually when I'm actually navigating time, I actually use my mouse wheel, right? So here, I'm just rolling my mouse wheel. I come over here, boom, you know? So I'm going to stick with that. That's what I've been doing for literally years now. So we'll just stick with that. Okay, so yeah, I'm seeing the same issue here. You know, you should be able to grab between these two panels and resize them, but you can't. Let's see, if we're not maximized, can we? Yes, but then of course because things resize, we've lost our perspective of what the relative sizes are. After we resize, yeah, we still can't do it. So to me it's like this feature that, oh yeah, you can resize your panels, you can do this, you can do that. I'll say it again. But just be aware that that wonderful, amazing feature that's so cool actually doesn't work. Just letting you know, does not work. Is in fact stupid because, okay, there is a solution, and Darren's probably about to say it. Well, Dave, what you want to do is you want to make your window as large as possible, but not actually maximize it. And guess what? Look at this. Surprise, surprise. Darren, you might want to be aware of this one. It turns out that doesn't even work. That did not work. It does me no good to have a non-maximized window. Is it because of the taskbar? Nope. I cannot resize the space between those two. That's just stupid. That's one of those things that you know the developers are aware of, and they themselves don't know quite how to address or fix it, so they just ignore it. And now it works. Help me! Help me! Help me! I'm stuck in the Twilight Zone here. Alright. Okay. Was waiting for OBS to reconnect. So the good news is we've saved just gobs of time with judicious editing. The bad news is all the time we've saved, we've lost doing battle, in essence, with Tahoma. But that's okay. For the most part, this has been a really good learning experience, and I'm kind of... The reason I'm even doing this, actually, is because clicking the little padlock, yes, absolutely, boom, thank you, Darren. That's excellent. That is a real good idea. Okay. Darren's pointing out that this little padlock makes it so that you can't accidentally. Now if I try to drag this around, oh, look what happens. Nothing happens. That's what I want. So this is wonderful. So the reason I'm actually doing this today is because I've been thinking that the fluid integration between Krita and Tahoma is probably a good pathway for most of the people that watch my channel, and a good pathway for me as well. For some things, it's quite helpful. So why not just sort of get used to it, right? Okay, so what we want to do is hit the L key. Let's boom. Okay, so I'm thinking here-ish. So that's frame 24. Let's just grab this batch right here where these pictures are exposed. And what I want to do is I just want to start drawing in here. And I'm going to actually take all these out because I'm going to wind up making a bunch of additional drawings. So zooming in, it's going to be a little tricky. I think I can use my sketch brush, so that's going to be basically like a pencil situation. Okay, so you can see it's just a pencil. Now, this needs to be here because it needs to be over top. Have I got this right? Okay, it's under. Okay, okay. Sketch brush, size, drawing, nothing happens. I was thinking it needs to be here to be on top, but I'm drawing, and I'm hitting the B key again. Up there it is. Okay, not quite sure what I did there, but I think maybe I had either the eraser selected or something like that. Stupid attack. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to draw, and by the way, just checking my settings here. Yeah. Just checking my settings. This is going to be a delicate operation. She's going to be like, man, it's going to take a full minute. Okay, here's what we're going to do. There's something I need to do right now. And then my room situation will be awesome. I'm going to unlock this again. I do want a level strip in here. Maybe it's still there. It is. That's what I want. That is my situation. So I'm going to zoom out because I don't know if, in terms of the rooms, I don't know if it actually remembers your zoom settings. I suspect not, but boom, that's what we want. Save our work. We've locked our rooms. Now we can get crazy. Let's get in here. Okay, so what I'm wanting to do is I'm saying duplicate. So I want to go here, and I guess I could have done that. That was kind of dumb. I probably should have just done that in the X sheet. But so I'm going to grab the duplicate drawing, drag it over here, and now what I want to do is just draw over it a little bit. And the idea is that we're going to draw her eyes welling up with tears a bit. Okay, so I'm going to go here and hit D. That way we're essentially building on the drawing that went before. We're making a duplicate of it and we're adding to it. Now this is going to be a bit interesting. Let's do a duplicate here. This one's going to be a little different. I'm going to hit the S key to select all of this. Alright, and then for me, by the way, just so you know, the stylus, if I try to, yeah, thank you, Darren. If I take the stylus after making a selection with the S key and try to drag it around, unless something's changed, it's going to lose the selection if I use my stylus. Yep, see? So in Tahoma, I have to do a selection and then I have to grab my mouse. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to do. All right, so we're going to make this, we're going to allow this to happen pretty slowly. We're going to animate straight ahead. And now what I'm going to do is go back to my brush and I'm going to hit the R key and sample the flesh tone. And then hit the B key. And you guys can see where this is going. Now, if I really wanted to be Mr. Time Saver about it, what I'd probably do is actually fill in this whole area and then just animate it. But I think not. I think I'm going to just kind of do this one the hard way. Okay? Because I think I'm just going to get this in there, and that'll become sort of a guide. So I'm hitting D again, and then I'll come back, right, and map in the flesh tone. Okay? That way, it's kind of an assembly line operation, right? Okay, so now I'm going to hit the R key, sample that color, hit the B key, and now I'm hitting... Okay, Darren, I got to ask you this now. One of the things that Jeremy did do that really, really annoys me in a major way is we've had the hotkeys of less than, greater than, to toggle between drawings or, I believe, animation keys. Yeah, animation keys forever. And now the toggle between drawings doesn't work anymore. Is there a different hotkey that he put in there for... What is the hotkey for just jumping between drawings? I mean, he changed a freaking hotkey that has been in place for years. And I don't appreciate that. To me, that is hubris on the part of the developer, assuming that the user would want to change like that. I'm not down with that at all. I say, bad, Jeremy, bad. They still work for you? Oh, great. Well, I'll bet you if I'm in the... Nope, they don't. Grr. I'll address that later instead of boring the YouTube audience with me trying to figure out my freaking hotkeys at the moment. So I'm just doing this kind of the hard way. I'm just going to go in and paint it like that and just enjoy drawing. That's what we want to do. We just want to enjoy drawing. It's fun. Happy little tears. And you can see a little bit of a color distortion under there. I'm saying that doesn't matter. It actually kind of looks like a shadow. So why is that a problem? It actually looks kind of natural. And then it's going to get even more tricky here in a minute, because we are in fact going to put a tear in there. Go to configure shortcuts and type in drawing. You'll see what they're mapped to. Okay. Dot and comma. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I said greater than, less than. I guess dot and comma would obviously be the same keys. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's follow Darren's advice right now. After, by the way, we see how this is playing. So I'm going to hit the K key. Ooh. Ooh. That happens really fast and looks really unnatural to me. Now, obviously, we would want to keep that Yeah, that did not work. Well, every once in a while you miss. It's not horrible. It's not horrible. Here's what we're going to do. Here's how we're going to fix this. Okay, guys, this is OpenToonz, or Tahoma, Gold. I've already shown you this once today, but I'm going to show you again. I'm going to take the tier situation. Oh, wait, we have a problem. Ah, doggone it. Okay, I'm gonna solve this because it's such an ugly problem, and you guys are gonna see why. Okay, so what I'm saying is I want to have the tears or the welling up of the eyes. I want to have that happen as she's moving. Well, the problem is, as you can see, I drew it in the wrong position. Now we can sort of fix that to a degree, I expect, by going into the schematic and doing the same thing we did before. Let's take the tears and put them through the plastic tool. Boom. But I suspect we're going to have to create an offset, and indeed we are. So now the question is, oh, dog, what do we do? Okay. Pretty ugly, huh? Ugly situation. There really is no fix except to hit the animation tool and to just move it into position. So I'm going to just kind of go like this. And I'm going to put it in all mode so I can just kind of take the whole layer, do some rotation. I didn't want to move the center. I'm sorry. What I needed to do is go like this. And now what I'm going to do is just kind of adjust the rotation. I don't think there's any scaling required. So now that probably is going to be, it's a little off. Okay, so this is, unfortunately, this is a bit of bad news. What I'm going to have to do is go, it's right here you can see best how far off it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually dial that in just a little bit. And it's hard to fine tune. Obviously you can put it in numeric values, but I think if I actually choose the rotation tool, if I'm patient and do this one tiny step at a time, it does appear to me that maybe a tiny bit of scaling would do the trick. Okay, so I'm going to just do this the hard way. And if I do it the hard way, hopefully I'll only have to do it one time. And once it's right, it's right. So I think that's what I want. And then what I'm going to have to do is grab this little keyframe here and delete it, take this little keyframe and put it back at the beginning of the sequence. Okay, not bad, not bad, not bad. Okay, so now it's worth noting that if I really want to not be stupid, okay. Oh, okay, thank you, Darren. Hold Alt. Okay, I'll do that, and I'll check the hotkeys here in a minute. Okay, if I really want to not be stupid, what I really should do is put this little animation tool fix on this frame, not this frame. Because on this frame, she's already started moving. So I think just as a matter of prudence, I'm going to move it up here and probably have to adjust it again. But it might turn out to me, you know what? Magically, it actually worked. So I'm gonna stick with it. That's fine. We'll go with that. Okay. So now I think that's going to be less distracting because let's just look back here and hit the L key to play this. Yeah, see, that looks natural. Oh my gosh. Now we're getting into like, okay, this is almost scary. This is like, dare I say, we're getting into Disney quality. Let's check our hotkeys. File, configure shortcuts, and I believe what Darren said was look up the word drawing. And I spelled drawing wrong like a bonehead. And next drawing, previous drawing. Okay. Alright, we'll give it a crack. Next drawing is going to be period. Next key. Okay, let's see if it causes a conflict. That's a little annoying. Yeah, because it used to work for both, you know, right? Didn't it? Okay, that works. Let's go here and see what happens. And now nothing. Now we've lost our ability to jump between keyframes. Now I think to be fair, to be really fair, in OpenToonz, this has always been actually jumping between keyframes in truth is something I've almost never done. And I do believe in OpenToonz this does not work with the comma and the period. So I can't complain too much. But for me, having it mapped to drawings has always been much more useful. But I'm loving the acting here. I love what I'm seeing. Yeah, see, Darren already just said that, so sorry I'm not checking the messages here quick enough. Okay, so the smart behavior on my part would be to actually jump to another level. And for this, I would say, right there. We're just going to try this. I don't know if this is going to work. We're going to try it. So I'm going to hit the B key and create a level. It's a Toonz raster level. Okay, fine. I don't care. I'm going to hit the F key and fill that in. And you say, but wait a second, Dave. What are you talking about? I'm using the B key. And actually, I'm gonna use the V key to just paint this in. I'm just gonna paint this in. Go down one frame. I'm just winging it, guys. I'm just winging it. Okay, V key. And you'll see. You'll see. I may not get the timing right, but I can always cut keyframes out, you know. D key, making a duplicate. And then the V key to use the paintbrush. And you say, what? What are you doing? Is her mascara running? No, don't be silly. What's going on? And I can always, if it's happening too fast, I can always switch it to be on 2s or something too. Yes, I don't know if this is going to work. I'm just trying. I'm just trying. This is actually where the liquify tool in Krita actually makes more sense, because I could draw the shape and then just change the shape over time. So we'll go like this, and then the V key. I'm going to stretch this out to there. D key. V key. Alright, this one's going to be a little tricky. I'm going to go like this, and then I'm going to erase back out and begin to chisel this away, as I said. It's completely a guess on what sort of timing might work well for a tier situation. Just purely a guess, and I may be completely wrong. I'm going to hit Shift. Does that do the trick? Yeah, it does. Good. I use the D key constantly, man. Like, it's my go-to weapon here. And then I'm hitting, I don't want to hit the A key, sorry. S key, Shift, which, I've got things, I have things set up in Krita largely based on, darn it, I'm so used to hitting S and then A in Krita, largely based on OpenToonz, in truth. So the reason, I keep doing S key, my guess is that this is gonna be long enough. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this and we're gonna make it white, but we're also gonna maybe crank down the transparency a little bit. And let's see what actually, what will happen? Yeah, I think we'll just do white and let it be partly transparent. Again, guys, I have no idea if this is going to work. It's just a hunch. Just a hunch. And the idea is that right around after 3 seconds, we should be getting pretty close to the time where we're going to want to cut away from her. That did not work. From an animation standpoint, yes, it kind of worked. But it's too cheeseball. And it's also all happening too quickly. If you let this continue to play out, I mean, it's like the animation of it looks okay, actually, but it looks very cheesy and unnatural. So, I think we're just going to leave this turned off. So, what we need to do is get our background in there and render that thing. So here's how we're going to do it. We're going to insert. We're going to just hit the insert key. And this is going to be a new raster level. There it is. I think we can actually paste into the raster level. So now what I'm going to do is hit Control A, Control C, Control V. Didn't work. Control V. Okay. What the heck just happened? Let's solo this. Oh, there's your explanation. It actually worked perfectly. I just had the wrong layer selected. So this does not belong in here at all. I'm so silly. Now it'll work. This was the last one I did. So I kind of made some mistakes here. I'm seeing the OBS just reconnected. So I need to be on... I need to pull up a different Krita scene to grab the background. That's all. So let's go to the edit. Okay, OBS Studio is reconnecting and disconnecting like every 5 seconds. So yeah, we're in stupid zone here. So I'm going to grab the background, Control A to select everything, Control C to select the background, jump to Tahoma. We've got all these mistakes. It doesn't matter. I'm going to hit Control V. We've got the background in there. I'm going to take these 3 frames, get rid of them, and in fact, I'm going to get rid of these 3 drawings as well. And now, if I save all, everything will be groovy, and I'm pretty sure Tahoma will actually put a copy of this background drawing in the I guess probably the extras folder, I believe. So let's just snap this down to here. Okay. Let's stretch this down to the bottom of the shot. And then, do we want another eye blank? Gosh, guys, it seems to me we probably do. So I'm just going to stick one in there randomly. Randomly. That's it. I think that's our shot. Let's find out. File, save all. Okay, so this is 318, so we're going to hit Control R to render this. From Tahoma. Thanks for the tears there, Dirt. That's cool. And then what we need to do is go Save Images. And this is not as nice and user-friendly as Krita. Because with Krita, we can actually just type in the path, and it actually creates folders as needed to make it all just sort of work. With Tahoma, not so much. Not so much. I want to make sure that there's not already a folder 318. I didn't think there would be. Nope, there isn't. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go New, and then the only way we really make this work is we go right here and we go 318. Enter. Okay. Now, we're already in 318, and my convention is to always have a subfolder in the scene folder, and that folder is always called render. So now I'm in the render folder. Cool. And then I go here, and I want this to be called 318 dot. But by default, Tahoma is going to save them as TIFF images, and I want ping images. So I'm going to go 318.ping. Boom. Okay, so now what Tahoma is going to do, as you can see when we come back here, we're going to see that we now, if we refresh our screen anyway, we are going to discover, we're going to take a moment, and there it is, 318, render folder, and look, Tahoma is actively adding pictures even as we speak. Okay? So now, as you can also see, Tahoma is like way slower than Krita at rendering. And so I would gather that's because OpenToonz or Tahoma is using the internal renderer that it has, as opposed to FFmpeg. The truth is, if we could choose to force Tahoma to use FFmpeg all the time for rendering, it would probably be more performant, because FFmpeg is quite performant. Okay, it should be done rendering, so I'm going to go ahead and bring this in. 318. 318, where are you? There you are. Render. Boom. Yep, 48 frames. It's all good. 8 frames a second. Boom. Drag it in. We want no interpolation, or I should say resampling. Push that over there. Is this... Okay, this is the shot that we're replacing from this storyboard. So we're going to drag this in here, and we did this editing earlier. So let's see how this plays. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe how good that looks. I ain't bragging. I ain't bragging. I'm just telling you. After that last blink, let's just go. Right there. Let's just try it that way. Okay, so look at what we've accomplished, though. I mean, it has been a little long-winded here because we're working with Tahoma, but in 2 hours, I have been able to do, I'm guessing from here, so 17 seconds, guys. I'm getting pretty impressed with the pace here. Well, we know we did all this yesterday, so in the last 2 days, yeah, we're into 35 seconds. It's actually complete. That's not actually amazingly great. It would be, I mean, just think about it. If I can do 30 seconds a day, that means, well, that's my ideal scenario, because that means that an episode takes 48 days of animation, which leaves another, essentially leaves another week for writing the script, and then a month for doing voiceovers, sound effects, whatever you're going to do. But I would have been able to say that we had more like 45 seconds of show done over the last 2 days, except that when I ruthlessly did my editing this morning, I chopped it down. So what was probably closer to 45 seconds has become closer to 30 seconds. But it's better, so we don't care. At this point, we are at 1902, and if we look at the script, we are on page 21. Remember, this is a 48-minute show, but the script is 54 pages, so we've got lots of room to chop down. So our show is running. Okay. Yeah, OBS is like disconnecting and reconnecting like every 5 seconds. I swear, it's just insane. Okay. So I don't know what I did or didn't say before it cut off, but the long story short is that what would have been about 45 seconds is really closer to 30, and that's because I've just chopped it down editing. But the real gist of my point was that in terms of the timing of the show and where we're at, you know, compared to the script, we're basically right on track. It's all good. Okay? So the acting feels good. It's actually quite yummy. And while this plays, here's what I'm going to do. Before, some of you didn't hear this, before I started live streaming today, I went in the office and said, you know what, I'm going to create a little piece of music for my live stream. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start this playing, and I'm going to, while this is playing through the stuff I've animated the last 2 days, I'm going to play the music that I went into my studio and recorded this morning. It was like 5 minutes before I live streamed. I'm like, I think I'm going to add some music. Little music to introduce the live stream. Unbelievable. Yep, OBS drops out so frequently that it absolutely will drive me bananas. So where was I in my music before it's so rudely cut off? OBS, can you even keep connected for 1 minute? You guys, I'm having a serious OMG moment here. Serious OMG moment. I cannot literally even get through one play around on a 1 minute piece of music without seeing OBS disconnect. Absolutely disgusting. It's just shameful. I create this gorgeous little piece of piano music, little tiny musical jingle to start out my show. And what happens? OBS keeps cutting it off, driving me crazy. Ah! Okay, well, we've still gotten a heck of a lot done. So now what we've got is a massive, massive shot. For those who weren't here earlier, I will say that when I started out this morning, I looked at the strategy for this shot and I said, okay, in the drawing, in the storyboard, Tianara, we're kind of starting here. This is the shot we just did, which, by the way, I don't mind saying looks amazing. Looks really pretty. Okay, this was chopped together from earlier shots of Carliana. We literally just chopped them together. And now what we need to do is Tianara stomps out of the room. She's so frustrated. You know, she's a frustrated teenager. I love this drawing, so we're going to use this. We're definitely going to use this. We're going to go back to Krita. I'm not going to try to do this in Tahoma. So the point being that rather than having Tianara swing around and stomp out of the room like this, we could do that. But why would we want to do that? It would make more sense if we think like anime creators, think economically. If we do it economically, it's not only going to be easier to do, but it's also probably going to be better, actually. So what does that look like? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to have her swing around in place. So I'll probably, on the initial shot, I'll take this pose and move it over here a little bit, just so she can whip around and sort of come to center as she spins around. And then what we'll do is we'll take her body, we'll draw these poses, but we'll take her body and we'll just bounce it up and down, and then we'll move the background closer to her so she'll come towards the background by the background moving. It might not work, you know, like so many things, it might not work. That's what we had here. The sadness worked, the tears didn't work. You know, that's the way it goes, folks. Some stuff works, some stuff doesn't work. All right, let's do it. This is shot number 320. Okay, now I opened up this. Let me see here. Okay, so this is actually pretty good. I'm gonna save such a hurry that I go stupid. I don't want to be in such a hurry that I get dumb. Dumb is bad. Smart is good. Okay, so what does that really mean? We're going to come back here, and these two drawings right here, we are actually going to drag these both into Krita and add them as layers. Insert many layers. Okay, so now we have these two storyboard drawings as reference material. Okay, so we'll put this one on top since it's actually the first one. If we solo that layer, there's that, and then there's that. Okay? So now that's in here, and then I'm going to go to, okay, .320.png. And by the way, you guys, I'm completely up in arms about OBS. My God. I don't know how you guys do it. I don't know why you guys, I really appreciate you guys. I got 11 concurrent viewers. I can't even believe it. It's disconnecting and reconnecting so freaking much that it's like every 1 minute, it's a reconnect disconnect. It's crazy. I mean, how bad can you actually screw up? Okay. Well, what is this selection mask in here for? Get out of there. This is Tia. Okay, so I got to be careful here. I think what I want to do, let's take the background out so we're not distracted by it. We're going to have to do some mods to the background anyway. So methinks, since is she baked? Yeah, she's baked to a single layer. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to create a new layer, and we're going to take this key and we're going to copy it, control drag, and we're just going to drag this back to the beginning here. Okay, so we're going to use that, and I'm going to just mute that for now. We're going to use this. Actually, I'm sorry, I think I just grabbed the wrong key. That was not the one I wanted. I'll just do that again. Yeah, we want more like, actually that one is better. This one's better. We don't want to be off character at all because we're going to be actually doing some distortion here. So let's not mince words or dink around. Let's grab this. I said grab this and just get it It doesn't matter about connecting things up. It just needs to be kind of sort of close to what we want so that we can kind of see it in our heads what we're trying to do. All right, grab that. Now, I'm severely at risk here. That gradient is creating a big problem. Actually, okay, let's look at this. Interestingly, oh my goodness, on this shot, the gradient's not in there, the one we did from OpenToonz. So we're going to have to... I know, I'm not either, dude. Connection is going wrong. You can try uploading a large file to an online file sharing site. Well, and to be completely accurate, absolutely nothing else at all ever has any problem, period. Nothing. No problems with YouTube. I mean, well, certainly no problems with playback. No problems with uploads. No problems with Facebook. No problems with video calls. No problems with Zoom. Everything works perfectly, except live streaming to YouTube. Now, to be accurate, the only thing I do that uses OBS is live streaming to YouTube. So who knows? Anyway, point here is that we've got this gradient in these shots that is not in these shots. Okay? So I went back to the first long shot, which I think was 314. Let's open 314. I want to see if 314 had the gradient baked in or if that was later. You're going to have to melt down and smash your computer up. I'm not going to have a meltdown and smash my computer. I ain't going to do that. Ain't going to happen. Okay, so this has the gradient baked in. So the question is, which shot has the it must be 312. Yeah, I need 312, not 314. So 312. Okay. Now Krita's file name matching requires that it be exact. So there we go. There it is. Okay. So now what we're going to do is remove. Yeah, we're going to remove that. And don't know actually why. That will not be a fun day. Bad, darn bad. Okay, so I just want to look at this, see. I think this is the pose. Yes. Well, yeah, other than the mouth. Let me look at her eyebrows. Yeah, it looks about right. Okay, so what we'll do is we're just going to leave the gradient turned off and merge this group just so I can steal the cells. So I'm going to grab this and we're going to copy that to the clipboard. Jump back over here and we're going to paste this from the clipboard. Well advised to immediately save after doing any clipboard operations. They are crash prone. Okay, that's all I needed. Just needed that. Boom, that's gone. Don't need it. Don't need to save it. Okay, why don't you try using the OBS Classic before it became OBS Studio? I know a person who's still using that version because the other had issues on his PC. I'm not opposed to that at all. I haven't even looked into it. What I use is just essentially this. So far, multiple versions of OBS have all had the exact same result when streaming to YouTube. It's been extremely consistent, actually. Okay, so I'm going to have her, we're just going to let her lean into the shot a bit. Lean into the shot. And then we're going to go S key and we're going to cut that girl. Just like that. I'm not giving any regard to making this work, really. I'm just feeling what is going to look good. So in my imagination, I can see how it's all going to be pasted together. No big deal. Okay? And that's a pretty cool pose. Alright, if you go to OBS download page on the website, and the menu, you'll see the download for OBS class. Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I will check it out. In fact, what I'll do right now is I'm going to go to my other browser window, and so download OBS, And I will just go to the download page right now and look at the bottom. OBS Classic, download zip. I'll download the zip, and there we go. Okay, I'm downloading the zip. So I'll try it. I'll check it out a little later today. Or, well, maybe not today, actually. It might be tomorrow, but... Okay, I'm going to turn these off. Those are just there to be guides. And the basic issue we have, we'll call this layer Tia. Boom. And then I'm guessing it might be prudent to smack her... and by the way, here you go. You can see I've actually got OBS Classic downloaded already. So who knows? Maybe it'll be Jim Dandy. Okay, so if you want to do a selection that's circular, this is what you do. You grab this, and then you go shift, so it's not an ellipse, and then here's the magic part. Actually, I guess it's well, control expands from the center, shift constrains it to a circle. But here's the great part. You hit alt, and now you can drag the selection around, get it exactly where you want it, and I can see that I need to make it slightly bigger. So you hit alt, and boom, there it goes. Now I'm going to go shift and make another circle. And because I hit shift before I started dragging, it's expanding my selection. Now I bring this one over here, okay, and I go X, V. Okay, so now I just put her eyes on a different layer. So now I hit Control Shift A on the Tia layer, and we'll just fill this in. We'll just fill this in, and what is this? Oh, that's the animated layer. Okay. So very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. B key. Using my plain old pencil. Plain old pencil. Nothing too fancy schmancy. This probably needs a little bit more white right there. Okay, any comments? Nope, nothing going on. Dirt said a little ways back, he said that'd be funny. I have absolutely no idea what Dirt meant by that. But then again, I usually don't know what Dirt means when Dirt says stuff. So it's all good. Okay, there you go. Turn the eyes on, and ooh, nice. Okay, so now what we can do is just go ahead and let's get these kind of where they need to be, kind of, sort of, right? So now I'm going to take the S key, select this one, and just smack that one there. Yes. Ooh, doggy. I love it. I love it. File, save. Now, if we want to convey... See, if you don't look at the rest of the picture, you're going, okay, you know, actually this expression kind of looks about right. If you didn't see the fact that she's all broken into pieces. Well, here's what we're going to do. First thing I think is I want to make a slight mod to Tia's overall actually, let's do it this way. Let's make the head part a selection, so we just don't involve ourselves with distorting the rest. I'm gonna hit the A key, liquefy, and I just want her chin to be jutted out a little bit. But she got some tood going on, okay? She's got some tood going on. So I'm gonna pretty much push her tood forward just a bit. Okay, I'm gonna hit undo. Nope. Okay. Edit. Redo transform. What's the hotkey on that? Control Shift Z. I'm gonna go to the next layer and control. Oh, wait a minute. This is interesting. Okay, look at that. That sucks. Okay, let me see. If I duplicate that, then go back here and then do it. Nope, it won't do it. So once again, we hit the classic Krita problem that it's so cool, and then you go, oh, this will be really useful. Which was the idea that would be useful is it can redo the transform, right? So why don't we just go to the next frame and then redo the transform, because then it'll actually animate into it, and that's the one thing Krita can't do. So there we go. Unfortunately. So the only way we get to push her attitude up a little bit is manually, which isn't the worst thing in the world. Okay, so now, since we're doing that, this is a 2-frame tweak here. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna bend this back. Okay, stop. Supposed to be on the T layer there, Jack. I'm just gonna make a little change. Okay. Boom. And now I'm gonna take her eyes. Okay, now this is the part that I thought was going to be cool. I'm going to go here. You see what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to... And this is a teenage girl who is... having a confrontation with her mother, okay? That is not necessarily the greatest fun in the world. So she's going to be... These eye positions aren't quite right. Let's get in here. I'm going to just go ahead and just kind of sort of feel what works. All I want to do is find 2 positions that actually both look good. As long as I have that, I'm in good shape, because just the fact, yeah, that's actually okay. As long as both positions look good, we're okay. That, I think I actually want to, boy, slightly shrink this one. I feel like it's just a skosh too big. Okay, boom, boom, this is wrong. S key, just select everything. And I want to get this other eye down away from her. Trying to move two irises as a unit is almost always a bad idea, by the way. You can do it, but it usually doesn't work that well. So I'm just going to try, I'm just going to try here. Boom. Okay, the way they are working their way down doesn't quite work. But I think this first key is weak, so let's just do this. That works. Okay, we're in good shape. Save our work. We're just going to have to build this up, man. David Bird. Hey, David Bird, you're new here, it looks like, I would say. I'll apologize at the moment, right in advance, for the fact that OBS seems to disconnect a lot. So it's like we're kind of rocking along here, and then all of a sudden everything freezes, and then I come back, 10 seconds later. Just letting you know, it happens a lot. Okay, so since David's new here, I'll just kind of scan through and show David what I've been working on. Okay, so this was the last few days, blah, 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 blah. And then the last couple days, we're working through this situation where Tianara is essentially finding out that her mother has married her off to a prince, which you would think, as her mother does, that, she really ought to be grateful. But no, Tianara is more interested in, being free. And so a bit of this was edited earlier this morning, and then this shot was just done in Tahoma. Just did this shot in Tahoma a few minutes ago. And now we're back to Krita. So I'm bouncing pretty freely between Krita and OpenToonz and finding increasingly that that really is the crux of my workflow. So if we jump over to Tahoma, we can see the shot that we just did using the Tahoma plastic tool with the bones, which you don't have the bones in Krita. So if you want to do this kind of stuff, you're pretty much going to be wanting to jump over to Tahoma. So anyway, okay, we're all caught up. We just got David Bird all caught up. Okay, so now if we look at the initial pose, obviously this is more intense, but you know what? It doesn't matter. It does not matter. That shot is, we're keeping it consistent with the other shots. So this is what she does. She kind of seizes up, wheels around, and stomps out of the room. Okay? So let's not solo our layer. So that's what we want to do. We want to show that happening. Now, question. I better save my work because you know what? I'm asking myself right now. Look at, we can see this drawing, and yet we aren't in solo mode. For a moment there, we were still seeing this layer even though it was turned off. That's a little creepy. That's not really supposed to happen. Okay, so should we patch her up? We might as well patch her up because I would say the patch job's going to take just a minute, and so let's just rock and roll. So there's TNR. Boom. Let's patch her up in a hurry. I'm going to grab the G key. I don't want curve interpolation. I want raw interpolation. And I'm going to hit the E key on the T layer so that I can just do a lasso erase. Let's just do lasso erasing, and we'll just smooth that out. Now that frame is only on the screen for one. I mean, it's only on there for one frame. So therefore, this one's much more important. Boom. Okay, so there's our continuity. Let's go out of erase mode by hitting the R key, or the the E key. Control, sample. Boom, boom. And I would say maybe something like that. And what I'm going to do, which I don't always do, but when I'm doing this patching stuff, probably not a bad idea to just keep jumping between keys. Whoa, baby. And whoa, baby. Okay, get that. Let's deal with the shadow area. This is going to basically come up like this. Okay, hold on. Let me look at that. Yeah, yes and no. I mean, really, it's this color that we probably should have through here. So I'm going to just smack that in there like that. And then just see how much of this we need to add in. Okay, yeah, we got this. So I think this is maybe more than a little bit flawed. I think we want to go like that. And then like that. So, you know, when you're doing a bunch of patching, you kind of have to be careful, look at what you're doing, and carefully interpolate between the earlier and later pose. If you don't interpolate properly, why, you're going to have difficulty, which probably went without saying. Boom! Okay. Nice. Let's go. Oh, that I didn't like. That I did not like. Let's just kiss that right in there. And then, okay. Let's look at her chin situation. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to grab this. And what we want to sew together is this. Because this is, I always say, work from the known to the unknown. That's what we know we're going to want. That's what we know we're going to want in there. So let's get that in there. Okay. Now, what does that mean about this? Well, it probably means, frankly, if this is all the same shadow color, it actually means we're probably going to want to do that. Which means we're going to want to think a little bit about this transition, because at this moment, it's looking pretty ugly. That's okay. We'll figure it out. We'll fix it. We will fix it. Okay? There's That will, well, that will work actually. It works only because you'll see. This is one of those things where you're going, "Oh, Dave, I don't think so." That's what you're thinking. But no, no, no. Hang in there with me. Hang in there. We're gonna get this. It's gonna look all right. Okay, let's grab the ink color. Yeah, once we get her kind of dialed in here. Okay, and also, by the way, I'm gonna undo that. The line I'm drawing right now is absolutely critically important that this not be sloppy. The line on the prior frame, no problem. It's only on the screen for one frame. This one, not so much. Yep, that's okay. That's okay. So let's just dial in here and get this. 1, 2, 3. This one can be, frankly, could be quite sloppy, and it wouldn't matter because it's only on the screen one frame. We're not going to see it. We're not going to notice the problem. But it's worth keeping in mind that for whatever reason, I may find myself wanting to come back to this pose, even though it's very subtly different from the prior one. So I'm just going to sample the underlying colors and just paint into it with my pencil. So, yeah, not bad. Hey, Kyle. Kyle just walked by. G key. I'm going to just smooth that out. Smooth that out. What you looking for, handsome Jack? Ooh, I think there might be one in the office in the cup. I think there's a yellow one in there somewhere. So, oops. Let's do this. Kyle is looking for a highlighter. I'm just waiting for OBS to reconnect. Thank you, Amar. I appreciate that assessment. I'd like to think I have my groove on. I would like to think that indeed I have my groove on. I'm grooving. M key, yeah, she's a little distended, but I think actually on balance we are okay. Okay, we don't have very many lanes here in the timeline because we don't have that much that's animated, so let's just kind of clamp that down a little bit, and then let's get this outside section. Yeah, you're right though, Amar. I've gotten a lot done in the last couple days, and the quality of everything seems to be looking better and better. I am pretty motivated. Yeah, pretty motivated. Oh, I just lost my pencil line. Oh no. Oh no. That's alright. B key. When you have to redraw your lines, it makes you have to kind of just, just stop and think about what you're doing. And that's always a good thing. Okay, so, okay, now, let's do this. Let's hit the G key, sample this, and let's erase her mouth. Oh, your mouth is gone. See you, TNR. You don't get a mouth anymore. File, save. Boom. Let's put the, we've got her eyes on another layer so they can dance around. So let's go ahead and create a mouth layer, M-O-U-T-H. And let's just feel how this feels. Okay, what I think I want to do, we're going to do a little bit of the old, we're going to do a little bit of the old anime technique. You'll see. I'm going to put that in there. Control insert. So there's an animation keyframe. Okay, insert. And then here I'm going to go just south of white. Okay, and then watch how we're going to do this. As always, it might not actually work. I'm going to actually turn this down a little bit. And in fact, let me correct this. I don't need to go south of white, so I'm going to hit the fill tool right there. That's fine. That's fine. The reason I did that is because mouths are almost always semi-transparent, so they pick up some of the flesh tone underneath. And so by doing that, we can kind of go about there, around 80%. And that gives us teeth that aren't perfectly white, because frankly no one's teeth are perfectly white. And then watch this. I'm getting to the technique I mentioned a moment ago. Okay, now what we're going to do, let's go 2 frames ahead and insert a keyframe but turn on our onion skins. Why? Why would you do that? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to trace this. And the reason I'm going to trace it is because there's no such thing as tracing a frame where the tracing is exactly the same as what was underneath. Whoops. Which means if I solo this layer, and I think I need to turn my onion skins off for filling purposes, by the way. I'm going to shift to behind mode, so Shift Alt Q. Going to hit the G key so I can just draw a shape. Okay, and then I'm going to hit the F key and fill that. Okay, so what that did was ostensibly created some chatter. See that? Now it might turn out to be too much. It could be that I've blown it here. It's very, very possible. Just saying. Okay, let's just jump forward, say, to there. Dude. Dude. Oh, come on. Control drag. Control drag. Again. Come on, Krita. Jeez. If you don't get your mouse right in the lane, it won't catch the drag operation. So, good morning, Maria. You're back. Okay. Okay, so now here's what we're going to do. We're going to go, okay, so this is her irises. I want to actually have a paint layer that's the, let's just call it eye cover for lack of a better idea. And I'm going to insert a key, and then right here, I'm going to do the same thing I did with her teeth. Okay, again, a little bit of a risky operation here. Not sure it's going to work. Flip our canvas over. Okay, hit the 5 key to reset it. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it actually on the opposite frame. And I don't know again if this is going to work, but I'm going to try. So now all I'm going to do is just move it slightly. And I'm even going to rotate it just like 1 degree. And that's not enough. It's not enough. So we're going to just, as long as if we do a little selection here in the timeline. Okay, that didn't work at all because of the rotation. So sorry about that. Let's just Control Shift X, get rid of that key. And so it really needs to only be a move. Maybe a slight rotation, but really it just needs to be a move. So there we go. By doing that selection, it'll loop on it. And as I can see here is that the teeth want to be on 2s, but the eyes, I think, want to be on 1s. Which, of course, if you were at 24 frames a second, really means 3s, not 1s. Okay, so at actual screen level, it's not bad. I feel like I moved it a little too much, so I'm going to actually redo that again. But I just saw Valerie walk by, so I'm going to take a 5-minute break. We're doing well. We're rocking and rolling. And when I come back, we're going to get this shot done, and we're going to be getting really close to the end of this whole sequence. So this whole sequence where she's going to turn around and run out, and then we're going to have the shot with Balder, and then it'll be done. So just because I'm a sweet, nice guy, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just grab this area, and I'm going to scan back here until this shows me about 5 minutes of show. And I'll just let this loop while I go take a 5-minute break. So the Q key puts it in loop mode, and there we go. Back in 5, people. Back in 5. back. And there's still 10 viewers. That's amazing. I can't believe you guys all stuck around. Full screen. Oh, dude. I can do that. Actually, no, I shouldn't do that yet. What I should do is go to best full and then go I'll just run this for a sec just because I want to get back to work. But yeah, if I hit full screen, then you can kind of see, you know, frankly most people aren't going to see it at this resolution, I suspect, because just the nature of the release situation that I expect probably means a lot of people are going to be watching it on devices. So darn, I typed too slowly. No, you're okay, man. I'll just kind of let this float around a little bit. I don't mind watching it every once in a while. It's not a bad idea to review it full screen. You do definitely see little flaws here and there that suggest maybe shots need to be touched up a bit and or even, well, obviously re-rendered as well. So I don't mind just kind of checking things out. Obviously a background and a color correction on that shot would be quite useful. Gotta have it turned there. When I went to get my water, Valerie was in the water line. I had to wait behind her. I had to wait like almost 3 seconds. And when you're an animator, every second counts, right? So Mel's kind of pining. Yeah, that girl. That girl. What girl? Oh, that girl. Married? Isn't it wonderful? No. Oh, Tianara, come now. I can't remember what her lines are, but okay, so that's the gist. I'm going to go ahead and get back to work. Boom, boom. And this should be on good half resolution. And now we are not going to be in loop mode. We'll go back here so we're sort of in the zone of where we're actually working in the show, and then come back to here. Nice work. Thank you, JP. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. But despite the fact that the entire world thinks I'm doing nice work, I actually have a mistake. So let's fix the mistake. What did I say? I think the change here was a little too much, so I'm just going to go like that. I'm not going to put the rotation in. Let me just loop this. Sorry. Select those 2 frames. That's better. Okay, so now I'm going to go like this. And again, I always reserve the right to decide that I made a boo-boo. And I'm going to put a bunch of those in just to kind of let it run. And because I don't know how long I'm going to want to have her in this pose before I have her stomp around, wheel around and stomp out of the room. Oh, that looks good. That looks good. I got it. Okay. Boom. Right there. So I'm going to take this. Okay, so yeah, we want to have the irises continue to dart, but I want to have this last dart be a little later. When the eyes are darting, the emotion of it, usually you want to have a little bit of variance in it. Dot, dot, and then dot, boom. Okay, so here's where she's going to wheel around. So I'm going to actually just insert a key here and insert a key here to take those other layers out. And then we'll jump down to TNR and then figure out what the heck we're going to do here. This is going to be a little tricky. Okay? You're welcome. You're welcome, friend. It's my pleasure. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this really, really simply. So we're going to hit the animate tool and mirror her horizontally. Okay? Boom. Okay. So now what I want to do is move that one step forward and put a tween in here. This tween is going to be insane. Those of you who are purists are going to go, what are you doing, man? I'm going to actually turn on the onion skins so I can see where I've got to get to. Okay? And I'm not going to do any slow in or slow out or anything like that because it doesn't, this is literally like lightning. Okay? literally like lightning. I'll let her face lead her, if you will. And I'm going to stretch the bottom of her body out because she's actually being anchored pretty much in the same position. She's just spinning around. Okay, so I'm going to do that. And so let's just hit enter to accept that. And then I'm going to hit the motion blur. And this is going to be, again, insane. So I'm actually going to do 100. Look at that. That's crazy. All right. And this is only probably going to be on the screen one frame as well, actually. Okay. Now, this is where it looks like in the mouth layer I didn't insert a key. So let's insert a key there. Now this is the part where you're really going to be freaking out and you're not going to believe, how did you do that, dude? Here's what we're going to do. And I tell you what, I'm going to move this keyframe down one just so I still have it in case I have to get back to it. But I don't think I'm going to have to. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take my G key. Like this. I'm going to hit the E key. I'm going to do some erasing. Boom. I'm going to grab this. Actually, let's grab this color. Put it under there. You can see where this is going now, right? And this probably needs to bleed over that, so it's over her shoulder. And you're out there going, are you serious? Dude, are you serious? I can't believe you just did that. Okay. B key. And let's turn the onion skins off. I don't really like onion skins unless there's a really good reason to have them around. Sample that, G key, boom. Back to the B key. Okay, this is not going to be needed. Control Shift X. This is one ticked off teenager. Watch it go. Okay. Now, this is the part that's going to be a little bit controversial because I don't know if it's going to work, but I strongly suspect that it is. I'm going to actually stretch her out a little bit to just get her in shape so she looks right. And now what we're going to do is we are going to cheat in the worst possible way. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say, let's do a free transform. Let's just go like this. And now what you want to do is basically say, just move it around and see what feels right. If it feels right when you just wiggle it, then it's going to feel right when it moves in the show. Okay, so I'm going to take this, and I'm going to go like that. And let's just see if this works. Okay. This is where the cheating happens. And when you're, you know, economically challenged, you have to cheat. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I got to make a little adjustment here because I'm going to actually make a keyframe. Because what I need to do, let me just think about this for half a second. This is definitely going to be a little bit tricky. We may have to open this in another Krita file. I think that would be the prudent way to go. So let's just do this. Because what we're going to do is we're going to have her swoop around, and then we're going to actually just animate the background. So the background's going to have to animate this way. And so the problem is that we need to have a door right about here. Don't know if there's really a good way in Krita to expand the size of the layer, but I think maybe. So again, let's just try to cheat. Let's go to our image and let's resize the canvas. We want it to resize from the upper left hand corner. So I'm going to make this 200% width. It looks like it's locked, so let's just do it. Okay. Okay. Problem solved. All right, so we resized our canvas, and so we'll obviously have to crop it in um, in Vegas, but we're in good shape. So now what we can do is let's just start with the obvious. I'm going to solo the background layer and just hit the fill tool and see if the fill tool is smart enough. Yes, the fill tool is very smart. So I'm going to hit the B key and grab my quintessentially awesome oil paintbrush, and I'm just going to essentially stretch this out. This stuff is not going to be seen. I'm just giving myself a little bit of latitude on the bottom here, just in case a little bit bleeds off the bottom, that we're going to have to kind of sort of sell the fact that the background continues down into the netherworld. What we're really concerned about is over here. Okay, so I'm going to grab that color, kind of say, well, maybe this is some kind of table thing that, so we're going to actually just kind of paint a little bit of dimensionality into that, and just because it's fun to do so, I'm going to actually go through here and say, oh, well, let's just actually give this a little bit of a, let's let that catch the light a little bit. I'll let that catch the light. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. So just a little, Okay. Don't even know what that is. Doesn't matter. What matters is what's over here. Okay, so let's scribble it in. Let's scribble. Let's keep it loose. We just want to feel, and look at this. Oh my gosh, it's coming to life, isn't it? Okay, so I'm going to go like that. Okay. Now what we want to do is, let's say that's going to be lost in shadow, so let's grab a Affinity software. JP, people always ask these questions about software, about this software. Have you tried DaVinci Resolve? Have you tried Clip Studio Paint? Have you tried this? Have you tried that? And the answer I gave yesterday was a little snarky. I said, I was talking about Clip Studio Paint. I said, you know what? I don't use Clip Studio Paint because, friends, I'm getting shit done in Krita. And by the way, I'm also getting stuff done in Tahoma. So, no. I don't even know what Affinity software is. I've kind of maybe heard of it, but no. I have no idea what that even is. Don't know, don't care. However, if you want to tell me what it is, I am curious. I am curious. What's Affinity software? Tell us about it. Maybe there's something there that I should be looking at. It's possible. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? Oh my gosh, you guys, come on. And this is going to catch a little bit of that light from the window, so That's hilarious. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. This is actually, I'll tell you what we're going to have to do is we are going to have to actually put this on 2 layers. Yes. So, let me just thinking out loud here. Thinking out loud. Thinking out loud. What is Affinity software? I don't even know what that is. Affinity softwares. Okay. He's not talking, so I'm going to just look. Affinity software. What the heck is that? Professional creative software. Publisher, designer. Ah, yes. I've heard of Affinity software. Yep. Yep. Don't use it. Not interested at this point in history. No reason to be. Nope. Got too much to do using Krita. Don't need to go looking for other software at this point. But I appreciate the tip. I really do. Okay. Let's grab our brush. And then we're going to go in here and we're just going to actually switch to our pencil. And what we're going to do is we're going to give this a little bit of an outline situation. I'm just going to delineate these guys a little bit. Okay. Just a little specular highlight because it's going to catch some light from the over yonder. Like that. Maybe a little bit there. Okay, so there's this big doorknob thingy dingy. I don't think I did a great job here on the shadowing of it, so I'm gonna just paint that in. Now if this was a Disney film, what would happen is or you know, traditionally 2D animated film, what would probably happen is this door handle would look nicely painted until it was time to animate it, and then all of a sudden it would turn into a flat 2D kind of thing. Fortunately, we don't necessarily have to do it that way. But now what I'm going to do is switch back to my oil paint brush, if you want to call it that. And now this side of the doorway needs to catch a little bit of light. Just a little bit of light. So this doorway is kind of, it's not really an archway. It's just kind of, it's more like angled, I'm thinking. Like so. Doesn't have to be perfect. Just has to look kind of sort of like it might work. And then let's grab that color and go slightly lighter. And now what we're doing is we're sneaking just a little bit of wood texture into the door. Just a little bit of wood. Not very much. Not too much, people. Sorry for this. No, it's all good, man. It's all good. I'm just a little, I'm a little snarky when it comes to those questions, because, you know, I get them all the time. I mean, like, constantly. This is what people ask. The two things people ask the most are, have you tried this software or that software? Or they ask about the voices on the show. That's the question that seems to keep coming up over and over. People are really tuned into voices. And I don't blame them. I mean, I'm totally into, you know, I love voice acting and have done my fair share. So, okay. Now this is probably a little aggressive. Let's put that in just a tiny bit more shadow, I think. Kind of scumble that a little bit. And then Kyle made a suggestion yesterday that he thought would be fun in the show, so I'm going to try it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here really, really close. Okay. This is something Kyle suggested yesterday that he thought would be fun, because he was trying to, this is my son, he's trying to ferret out what exactly it is he's seeing in the background. He's finding it a little confusing. And he thought it kind of looked like monkey. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to do an Easter egg. And we're going to hide Monkey. We're actually going to hide Monkey. Monkey in the show, he's never had any interaction with Tianara or any of this side of the character cast, right? So what I've just done is I'm hiding an Easter egg of Monkey in this background. Why, you ask? Because it's fun. There's no reason. There's no sense to it. There's no reason Monkey would ever be in this shot. He's in the other group, right? But I'm just going to sneak him in there. The astute viewer will go, wait, is that Monkey? Isn't that just crazy? That's funny. I gotta make this a little darker though. I gotta make his nostrils just a little darker. So sorry to be spending so much time on my little Easter egg, but I think if you don't stick some Easter eggs in your show, you're being a sissy. I know there's always lots of Easter eggs in Pixar movies. I've never actually. Yes. Let me try this again. So the actual size on screen is probably going to be something like that. So if you really look hard, you will see Monkey in the shot. Oh, that is funny. Okay, so she's turning around, and now what we're going to do is we're cheating in the worst possible way, which is the background. We're going to, I guess I'll, you know, and this may fail. Okay, so now we have a problem. This is a bit of a problem. I didn't consider, Krita just blew up, and I don't know when I saved the last time, so I may have just saved, I may have just lost a lot of work. I may have lost Monkey in the shot. But fortunately, I don't rant as much when I get a crash, because if I lose some work, which I may have, I'm telling you guys right now, I'm just going to tell you, be prepared. I may have just lost a lot of work, because I do not remember the last time I hit save. And that's completely my fault because I did the same thing I did yesterday. I started having fun. The one thing you never want to do when you're working, creating animation, is don't enjoy it. Okay, it looks like I got lucky. I don't think Monkey's in there. Let's see. Yep, Monkey is in there. I can't believe it. Oh boy. So it turns out I've been hitting Control Save a lot more than I realized. I'm just doing it unconsciously. So let me check this though. It seems to me that this is not. This is supposed to be 320. Oh, I see. It's not in the hot list because Krita crashed. So I'm gonna go 320, and there it is. Whew, that's lucky. Yeah, I've literally been hitting save without even thinking about it, just unconsciously. So thank goodness for that. That was almost disastrous. Whew, and dirt with Dirt's one-liners. Love it. Okay. So let's get back to work. So what I was starting to say is that the problem we're going to have now is a bit strange. Okay? And the problem is that when you go to use the transform tool on a layer, it kind of hides all the other layers. Now, does it help to do this? Oh, look at that. If you make the layer transparent-ish, when you go to move it, an approach. Whoops. Sorry. 320 dot ping dot crop. Okay. Don't run into this very often. Last comment is a song by the band that created modern rock called the Pixies. I'm not familiar with the Pixies. Have to check them out. What year-ish are we talking for that song? So we really have two choices. What I was going to do is just wiggle her around and animate the background. But I think I'm going to actually go back on that. It doesn't matter which way we do it. It literally does not matter a whit. So let's just kind of do what works. So if we're going to do what works, I'm going to suggest this workflow. Okay? First of all, create a dummy layer. Okay, so this is, we'll just call this guide. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. This is always well advised, and I really want to emphasize this for you guys. Okay. Take some red, draw your character, get a nice big bold brush, draw your character, and then look at where she's got to get to. Okay, she's got to get to here. Okay, so she's going to go actually on the TNR layer, she's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steps. That's really too many steps. Okay, so in order to map this correctly, we probably should do that too, because that shows us essentially how she's gonna. Okay, so we can see in perspective where she's got to get to. So now, sorry, that was a mistake. I just made a bad mistake. Okay, yeah, I need to put this on the guide layer. And again, hitting Control S constantly. Okay, so what you want to do is, this is the bottom of her headdress. We'll say maybe this is her neckline. So her neckline's going to be pretty level in perspective. So you map out the perspective like this. So she's going to get from here to here. And now all we need to do is figure out, okay, well, how long is it going to take her to get from here to here? Because the guide layer does not have any keyframes on it, we can draw, it doesn't matter what frame we draw on, and it's just going to overlap the whole shot. Okay? So there's that. So this is actually a really important step. It's not a particularly glamorous step, frankly. But she's going to go stomp, 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 stomp. I think that's it. So let's get rid of these two. It's just too much. And that's a 1, 2, 3, 4 land. So she starts here. So here, and I'm not going to try to do the perspective correctly too much, little bit. Little bit. Now this is where clicking in the timeline but having it not switch layers is actually a good thing, because now I can jump between my keys here, but the actual change is going to be on the guide layer. So you can see I'm kind of scaling it in perspective. This is not proper perspective, by the way. If you're going to map something in perspective, what you're going to find is that they're going to really cover a lot of ground early, because the way you do perspective, if you have something that's got to move in perspective, okay, so you want to get from here to here, the question is, what's the midpoint? Let's say here's the height of it, and then to be fair, let's say it's like a telephone pole. It's the quintessential example is the telephone pole. So let's say we have to get from here to here. Well, what's the halfway point? The way you find the halfway point is you take the bottom and you draw an X to the top. And usually the halfway point is much further this way than you think it's going to be. Make sense? Okay. So now, what we're going to do, because we have our guide, File, Save. Now what we're going to do is we're going to say, okay, on the first key, TNR is going to get to here. On the second key, she's going to get to here. On the third key, she's going to get to here. So this is, you know, we're doing the tweening the hard way. We're doing the tweening by hand. No big deal. Save your work. Okay? Now, what we got to do here is, I believe it's Control. Nope, it's not Control. It's Shift. Nope, it's not Shift either. It's Alt. Okay? How could I be so wrong? I want actually Alt and Shift. So what I'm trying to do is get the size to where it needs to be. So Shift Alt. You've actually got to start moving and then hit Shift Alt. It's very touchy. I'm going to ignore that mistake and let her actually kind of land almost in the same spot on that last key. So let me just double check that. That's actually too small. So let me just see. Okay, let's turn off the guide and let's see what we have. Okay, so what we're really going to see in the show is going to be this, about like that, I guess. Well, no, actually more like this. Let's go to full screen. Sorry, Tab key. Okay, so our actual framing is something like this. Okay, she definitely walks away too slowly. And then what we'll do is we'll have to do a pan, move like that, and it could be just a pan actually now that I'm looking at it. So we could go boom, 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 and then we have to paint in the rest of her there on the bottom. But honestly, if I really wanted to play anime economics, what I would do is I would simply pan it, and I'm going to animate her arm reaching out for the doorknob, and then I'm going to cut back to Carliana scowling, because you know she's going to go out the doorway, and then we hear the door open and shut. Okay? Now you've just reduced the amount of animation you have to do dramatically, and it'll tell the story absolutely just fine. So this is what we're animating, and if we cut back to Carliana, I think we should. So I'll say this. I'm going to take this shot that is later, and I'm actually going to just take the liberty here. Okay, stop everything. Oh, come on, Control Z. Okay, little Vegas glitch there. Yeah, so I'm going to pull that out. Pull this downstream. Let's see, TNR goes boom, 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 boom. Yes. So this is, again, this is where editing is your friend. This is where editing can help you pound your show into shape. So here's what actually happens. Let's just watch this. So she's going to go brrrr over to the door, and it's stupid to do everything the hard way if it's not going to look any better. Now, if it is going to look better, then fine. But if it's not, then it's crazy to worry about it. All right? So here, we've got a couple little tweaks we need to do. So File, Save. Okay, this is going to be pretty simple. So I'm hitting the G key, and what I'm going to do is actually, okay, that's probably the wrong brush. Let's do that. Yeah. So let's sample that color, and now we're going to hit the G key, and we're just going to go like this. Okay, like that, and then let's just kind of get the shadows in there, just because, remember, these are going to be cut off. We're not going to see them. All right, here, what we could actually do, probably, is just stretch it, even with the liquify tool, but I think we'll just do it this way, because I'm not sure on which frame we're going to start to lose the bottom part of her body. And plus, we may be wanting to go in here and add a little bit of acting to the body language. Okay, this, gosh, I'm going to say I'm almost certain that I'll be able to just do this. Just stretch this down and go ahead and stretch that up, and it's probably going to be fine. Yeah. This is almost certainly not going to be disappearing, but just to be safe, we'll give ourselves a little bit of latitude. Boom, boom. Okay. So now let's go N key, which is of course not accurate. Yeah, because actual frame size is going to be something like this. So let's hit W for rewind, and okay, so we can see that it's actually going to be this. There's our framing. All right, let's see what we've got. So blah blah blah, and she'll reach out for the doorknob, and monkey comes into frame, which is also, of course, lots of fun. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's working. Anybody want to disagree? Hey, Walter. Welcome back from Brazil, buddy. Glad to have you. All right. As far as I'm concerned, this is working very well. And in fact, I am going to prove it to myself. This is shot 320. I'm going to save this, and I'm going to cut this into the show so I can see it flow. 3, 2, 0, 3, 2, 0. Okay, render that, and we'll cut it into the show. That way when we fix it up and make it better, it'll just update automatically in Vegas. So here what we have is this, and it's going to cut to the mother. So we're going to take these two still frames and just cut them out of the show. Okay, let's go to this in the project media list. We want to clean our media pool so that the system isn't referencing images that are no longer part of the media pool. So we're going to go to shot 320. Boom. You know, and you guys, I'll tell you the truth. You're really getting a taste of when I'm actually in the process of when I've been doing filmmaking, you know, and editing and stuff. What you're seeing today is very much, pretty much, it's the real deal. I mean, this is the what my work day looks like. You know, I'm just cranking along, thinking, changing, tweaking. Okay. So here we are going to take this on frame 1, and we're going to smack this down to there. It's a little too small. Okay. And now what I'm doing is I'm locking this editor to the timeline. Boom. Okay, so right here, I want her to wheel around right there. So we're going to insert a keyframe. I'm just going to hit Control Drag right there. And then she's got to get over. I can see it in the editor. She's going to get to here. Boom. We don't want to put a bunch of keys. We don't want to make this really complicated, okay? So here, I would say we probably want the camera actually to land before she does. So I think if I hit Shift, it kind of locks to... And, you know, if I want to crank it in a little bit, that would be fine. So there, that's framed pretty nicely. Let's see how that plays. Yeah, I love that because we can put our footsteps in there. I was gonna say she's moving too slowly, but I think she should stomp her feet. Boom, 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 boom. Isn't that cool? All right. One thing though, see the last keyframe? Last keyframe right there. We're taking it out. Doesn't belong in there. This keyframe right here. It's not helping. It's actually harming. Okay, that's that. So then, since she doesn't really move around at all, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and do some tweening here. Let's just think. Okay, so let's go back here. Sorry. Go back here. Let's grab this color, G key. Because what is it that we know for sure over here? What's the important thing? Well, the important thing is her hand's going to reach the doorknob. And how quickly is that going to happen? It's going to be swoop. 1/1000. It's going to be a quarter of a second. So we're talking about at most 3 frames. At most 3 frames. More likely 2. It's actually probably going to turn out that we want this to be 2 frames. So I'm going to go like this. And then the question is, should her arm be extended straight out? And I think it should be. So it should actually be like this. Now remember, this is what we're going to see, right? We're not going to see the details. So now the question is, what's the tween going to look like? And by not seeing it, I can go like this, and I think that's going to answer the question. And then boom, we cut away to the mother, right? Okay, JP, sorry to mention another software, but have you ever tried flow frames? No. Takes your videos and lets you adjust the timing, and it's easy to use as well. Yep. I'm sure it is. Nope, never used it, never heard of it. There's really quite a litany of softwares coming out right now. I'm guessing probably a lot of them are built on top of like Electron, you know, which really uses Chrome as its underlying. That's what I was. If I was going to build at this point a standalone application, I would be very inclined to take a hard look at Electron, because essentially, because it's what I'm most familiar with lately. Meaning, you're actually building your application with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And so actually I want to sample that color, and then typically for a shadow, a little bit darker, a little bit less saturated tends to work pretty well. So now we don't want to be in erase mode, and that's not going to be dark enough. Let's make it even darker. Boom, boom. Yeah, that's more like it. So yep, no worries on the software questions. I'm just like, I'm so focused on just doing the freaking work that I'm just not interested in exploring other software that ostensibly, obviously, would make your job easier. And I'm increasingly, I tell you the truth, this sounds a little harsh, but increasingly, when people ask me if I've tried XYZ software, what I say to them is, no, but you show me your work that you've done using that software. You show me your animation that I'm gonna go, whoa, that's really good stuff. I guess I want to take a hard look at that tool. If somebody doesn't show me a really compelling reason why I should be looking at their software tool, then I'm kind of going, yeah, you know, you can go keep poking at 8,000 different software packages. I'll just get some work done. Isn't that a terrible attitude? Isn't that a cocky attitude? It is. I know it is. Look at the bright side. It's about as snarky as I get, I think, other than when I'm cursing my software because of its crashes and stuff. But I don't think at this point software crashes are not the reason to look at other software. Because they all do it, man. They all are guilty of crashing and having little weird quirks. They all are. Every single one of them. We've seen strange things happen today with Tahoma. Does that mean it's not a really, really powerful, really, really valuable tool? Nope. It definitely is. It's an awesome tool. Okay, guys, look at that. Look at the way her hand is reaching up there. Ah, oh, that's pretty. That is pretty. I'm saving my work. I guess there is one little caveat. I'm going to hit the A key I'm going to do a little liquefy here on her head. I don't really like the, I feel like she's got a little bump on her head. So that's going to be like this. And so I'm going to have to do this a couple times. So this is a little risky behavior. Maybe if I turn the onion skins on, I'll be able to see. Nah, if I turn the background off. So we're going from here to here. Yeah. So I just make a little adjustment here. If it morphs a little bit between keys, that's fine. Because her arm's in motion. Obviously her body's going to move a little bit, right? So let's just do that. Let's just let her body move a little bit between these keys. Alright? So now we can turn the background back on. As usual, save early, save often, and I'm going to hit the arc key. We're already queued up for a render. So boom. By the time we jump back here to Vegas, it'll probably already be re-rendered. Guys, come on. Talk to me. Am I right? This is rockin'. Okay, so there is an obvious problem that, okay, it's a new technology based on the Dane software. Adds frames to your done videos to let you see at different timings. Pros use it. All the anime pros use it. Yeah, I mean, it could be useful. You know, retiming. Retiming software has its applications. Okay, so now this is a test for the class. There's actually a major problem with this shot. I don't think I'm going to fix it because I seriously doubt that anyone would ever think of it or notice or realize that the problem exists, even though it is actually a significant problem. So this is a test. Do you guys see what the problem is? Major problem right here. Okay, what's the problem? You guys know? It's really obvious. It's right in front of your face. Stupidly obvious. What is it? What's wrong? You guys have no time at all. You got like 1 minute to give me an answer. Whoever gets the answer first wins the no prize, which of course is the quintessential classic Marvel Comics prize that you got, which I got a couple times. When you write a letter to Marvel Comics back in the day, and they print your letter, and if it's the best letter of the month, you know, you get the no prize, which was Stan Lee's very creative and clever way to award you or reward you without actually having to give you anything at all. No, it's not that her movement is awkward. Her movement is awkward, but remember, there's something you're forgetting about the awkward movement. Initially, I thought the same thing. I was going to smooth it out by speeding up the keyframes, and then I decided not to. You know why? Because she's stomping her feet. She's going when she walks out of that room. Nope, that's not the problem. One last chance. One last chance to see the problem. See? We cut to the mother, and then we hear the door open and slam. So let's just think the timing of that. Boom, right there. And then it cuts back to this, and Balder appears. We cut back to the wide shot where we see the door, so we'll use this exact shot again. Okay, nobody got the prize. Nobody got the prize. The problem is, if she is, and by the way, this is a great example of what I always talk about. There's a major problem with this shot, and none of you guys are catching it. Well, guess what? The audience isn't going to catch it either. Therefore, it doesn't matter. But it's actually a major problem. Come on, is Amar around? Amar should be catching this. Where are you, Amar? I got 12 viewers going on here. Surely Amar knows what the problem is. I'll give it a few more seconds. Let's look really closely here. Let's look really closely, and I'm going to give you guys one last chance to guess what the problem is. Just look at this section right through here. Yeah, her movement's awkward, but that's okay because she's stomping her feet. When the sound effects are in there, it will look perfectly natural. Those jumps right there are not going to be a problem at all. What's the real problem? Time's up. Okay, the problem is that if she is moving away from the camera toward the door, and I'll qualify this a little bit, but it appears to me And we're getting away with it because we're panning. We're changing our complete perspective from here to here. But the problem, in my view, is that that door looks huge by the time she gets to it. So it's not a horrible problem, and again, nobody noticed it. But it seems to me that that door should scale down a little bit. Am I wrong? What do you think? Put your opinion in the comments. Put your opinion in the comments. Oh, put your opinion in the comments. And maybe you'll get a prize. All right, boom. I would say just at the very end. Yeah, I mean, it's really not even rotating. It's actually panning over. So, in truth, you're correct. In truth, to be really, really accurate, what it looks like to me is she's moving away from the camera, and because she's scaled to the height she needs to be. So if I was going to try to fix this, this is what I'd probably do. This is what I would do. I would hit the A key here. I want to do a free transform, not a free transform here. I want to do a free transform in the backgrounds. So I'm going to grab the background, and what I would do is I would go right to the spot where her hand is. And then I would hit Alt-Shift and scale to that spot. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just cheat it this way. Here's the grid lines. Okay. So now I'm going to move this back to here. And then I'm going to go to this spot here. And I'm going to do the same thing again. But I'm going to actually go just to this first grid line. And then I'm going to do a tiny, tiny move here. Tiny. I'm just looking at the checkerboard grid. Okay? Now what we'll do, cool as it is, this might not work, by the way. I always reserve the right to screw up. All right, I'm going to re-render it and see what it looks like. And if it doesn't work, we'll just take that back out. And okay, so Walter, technically she probably should be bigger in order to sell her movement relative to the door. And by the way, the other solution, there's another solution to the problem, which is actually to just go here and just take the door. Okay, wait, we've got a problem, don't we? I'm sorry. Okay, Krita did not. Krita, you dummy. I'm totally having to guess now. This is going to have to be here. It didn't really anchor it properly. It did not anchor it properly. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I will say that I suspect this is not going to work. But that's okay. We'll try it. We'll just take that key out. And let's re-render. Let's look at it in Vegas. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We'll just take it back out and re-render, and we're done. And then it's onward and upward to the next shot, which 3.5 hours. Copy and paste the size and the position. You can effectively do the same thing by just control dragging the keyframes. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see. No, it doesn't work. I don't think it works. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. We're taking that back out. Okay, so Smart Alec here, who is like telling the class what's what, turns out to be spectacularly wrong. I actually, once again, my friends, have led you down the primrose path of bad information. So I'm glad I didn't give away a no prize. And then find out that there really wasn't even a prize to give because actually the problem wasn't significant enough to even pay attention to. So, nope, it looks best just leaving it the way it was. So, we will do just that. And we can move on. Okay, now, question. This shot, look at this. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get this shot done right now. really fast. Because what we're going to do is we're going to go back here. Where's the cropped in shot? I guess this is the cropped in shot. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We'll do a little bit of a morph. A little bit of a morph and a push in. So, again, sorry for steering you wrong on that particular glitch. Okay, let's save our file and close it. Get rid of it. Gone. Gone forever. Okay, now what we're going to do is let's look back here at our storyboard. And there's the shot we just did. We actually don't need this in the storyboard anymore because we actually married those two together. However, what we did do is put a copy of this over here. So, so what we're trying to do is we're actually going to use the proper shot of the mother here. I'm not going to go to the close-up shot. There's no reason we can't, but I'd rather try it this way. Let's go to 315 and looky here. Okay, so we don't really have a... Yeah. Let's go down here to the end. Yeah, let's take this. Watch this. We're going to take this and drag this into Krita. And then we're going to add an extra layer. I don't want caps lock on. Let me check over here. Let's go back to the storyboard. Let's go back to the storyboard. Oh, this is 324. Oh, yeah, that's because they were out of order. We'll leave them out of order for the moment. In the storyboard, it really doesn't matter. So this is actually supposed to be 320. Delete 4. Okay, why are we not seeing the file name? Let's try that again. .324. Oh, there it is. Ping. Yes. Yes. And we do want to save it as a Krita file. Okay, so let's just rock and roll here in a hurry. First of all, let's go like this. And if you're having a cow about the fact that everything's scaled, trust me, you can maybe kind of get over it because the reality is that this is going to look fine. Here's actual size N. She looks okay. She looks okay. We're all right. Nothing to panic about. Nothing to see here. Okay, so tab key. I think what I'll do though is I think I'm going to scale her down a little bit so that I have a little bit of room for a slow push in when I throw it into the show. Okay, so now the question becomes, save this. Let's change this to wow, Carliana. Forgot her name. That's pretty sad. Pretty sad. Okay, what are we going to do with her? Oh, the things we're going to do with her. The things we're going to do. We're going to do two things here, folks. Number one, we're going to select her mouth, and we're going to go Control X, Control V. Then we're going to select this area, her mask, you might say, and we're going to go Control X, Control V. Okay? And then here we're going to call this eyes. And as usual, I reserve the right to have this fail spectacularly. Okay, I see what just happened. Let's get rid of this layer. This happened yesterday. When you cut and paste something in, you've got to it automatically selects the new layer that you just created. So you have to go back and select this layer in order to have it do what you intended. So here's the M-O-U-T-H, because she does have an M-O-U-T-H. And now what we're going to do is solo this layer, hit Control-Shift-A, and then we're going to hit the G key and sample this color and just fill that in. And then we're going to hit the F key and fill that in. And then we're going to hit the G key and fill that in. And then we're going to use our brush to just touch this up a little bit. I said brush. B key. Just a little touch up. Okay, looking at the comments, nothing going on. Nothing going on out there. Okay, so now we unsolo the layer, and what we've got is we've got her eyes and her mouth all in a single layer. So I'm going to hit Control Insert on each of these frames so that they all have an animation key, and then we will just... And by the way, just thinking stupid OBS Studio, I'm definitely going to try to liquefy. Okay, and obviously this should be 8 frames a second. Save our work. Save early. Save often. Hello? Yeah. Stupid. Rewind. Okay. Okay, so just because it's fun, I'm going to try to actually make this even more extreme. Just to see. Just to see. Just to see. What a cranky lady. Alright, now I'm going to select here with my right mouse button so that I'm automatically placed in the correct layer. And Krita's being a little bit stupid by forcing me to reconfigure the size of the tool. There it seems to be remembering now. It's kind of weird. Okay. Perfect, I say. Okay, so this is going to be... Well, let's go back here. Remember, we said we were going to hear the door slam. And that is that's 4 seconds. Wow. 8 times 4 is 32. So we'll give ourselves a little bit of latitude, so we'll do 40. We'll do 5 seconds. Alright, this is shot number 324. Save our work. Save early. Save often. And let me see here. Let me see how this plays. I am actually going to take these. I'm going to hit Alt. I'm going to drag these downstream a little bit. Boom. Boom. File. Save. Render. Control R. And this is scene 324. 324. 324. Render. Render. Come down here. Go to Vegas. Boom. We're going to go to the media pool and shot number 324. Boom. 40 frames. Open at 8 frames a second. Boom. Drag that baby in there. Turn off the resampling, which I shan't explain at the moment. Okay, and what did I say? I said we wanted to do a little bit of a push and a little bit of a rotate. So a little bit of a push and a little bit of a rotate. Let me see. I like it. I actually think this should go back here. Now the change might be a little fast, but we'll see. We'll check our timing here and then actually it feels pretty good. I'm gonna say let's start it a little later and just see how it feels. Cut, Yeah, I actually think I want to start it here, and then maybe. Yeah, this is what you do when you edit. You sort of. I'm gonna actually leave her hand up on the door for a couple frames as well. Boom. Just to give the audience just that moment to digest what's happening. So, okay, so she goes here, and you're gonna hear. Boom. Cut. Okay, so that's a little bit late. I mean, you know, the cut point. All right, save. Okay, so we got TNR done. We got Carliana done. TNR, Carliana, Humma Humma. So now I'm going to look at this whole sequence with the woman and her daughter and see how things are going. What the heck is going on with... Quick question. What do you know about reanimating clips of cartoon classics, like in terms of copyrights and such a... Well, Inio-san, let me ask you a question. Can you hear me? I'm typing this in the comments. Because, okay, I'm... Alright, so I put that in there and then the YouTube preview came back to life. So, what do I know about it? You... First of all, what you're describing is... So what you're saying is I'm looking at the Tasmanian Devil and I'm doing an animation in Krita or whatever my software is that I like. And I'm putting that on YouTube. Okay? If you're doing it at home for your own learning, then there's no problem. You can copy anything you want for yourself. Okay? If you copy it and put it on YouTube, you're probably not gonna get a copyright claim or anything like that because you're just copying and everybody gets that you're just learning. It's like nobody cares. You know, if somebody took one of my movies and put something on YouTube demonstrating how you can copy a camera move or the framing of a shot or color correction or whatever, what do I care? Right? So it seems to me that the question would have to do with the copyright that Warner Brothers has on the characters themselves. I think the only place you'd get into a problem would be potentially the sort of thing that Darren T and I have been doing with Futurama, where I've actually written a full script. We're actually talking about creating an actual episode of the actual show, in which case we're actually using their characters, and they might have a problem with that. But for learning purposes, I wouldn't even give it a second thought, my friend. Okay, so let's watch this whole sequence. We have one thing that kind of needs correction, but frankly, I think the solution is not to put the gradient on Tianara in the later shots. The solution is actually to remove the gradient from Tianara in the earlier shots, probably. You're basically bringing shame on father's memory, or she says father never would. Karna, you shame his memory. Enough. And now she's stomp, stomp, stomp. Yep, it's working. We're good. Okay. Oh, well, okay, so, yeah, it's possible if you reanimated a Warner Brothers cartoon and put it on YouTube and used their actual soundtrack, then it's possible that YouTube would actually catch, it might detect the audio from the show or from the cartoon and automatically invoke a copyright claim. I would say that's kind of likely, actually. Yeah, but still, I don't know, Inio-san. I mean, we're not using the sounds in the dialogue, so the thing is, it's great. There's some gray area there. There's some gray area. Okay, so this has a push. What are we up to? We're up to 1926. We are actually beginning to sneak perilously close to the end of the show. Okay, So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to take Carliana. We just did this shot. Boom. Boom. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We are going to take these final keys where we ended up and drag them back to here. And then we're going to take all these keys and delete them. You say, Dave, what are you doing? What are you doing? Here's what I'm doing. Balder comes into the shot, and then she says, you know what to do on shot number... Well, I better look at my storyboard, actually. So the shot I just did was 324, and then that's the end of the scene. So we actually have a little bit of a problem here, in a sense. I think what I'll do is save as... I'm going to do something I don't do very often, which is I'm just going to call this 324B. Just make it a second variation on 324. So there's that. Okay, yeah, I'm always here to help. So she's going to wait 1 second, and then she's going to say, you know what to do. So therefore, what we're going to do here is we're going to grab on the Carliana layer. We're going to go... oh, wait. Her mouth is already on another layer, isn't it? Okay. So here's what we're going to do. I'm just going to insert a key here, and I'm going to do the mouth. I'm going to actually add a second mouth layer so that I can make it semi-transparent. Just makes the job a little easier for this shot. So, all right. So now we're going to do Carliana's mouth the way I normally do mouths. You... Sorry. Let me check. Yeah, that's fine. Seriously? Let me check this. Okay. Here, I made a little boo-boo. Boom. Okay. You... No. Oh, come on. Okay, this is one of those things that really irritates me. Curve interpolation is stupid. It's truly stupid. It never gives a good result. It always smooths things way too much. Now, it is tweakable, to be fair. You know what... This is a little off. I'm going to a little bit. Then I'm going to take this mouth, put it down here, and now I can sample these colors, and let's give actually just take the mouth and do it as a filter. So I'm going to go Control M, and I'm going to grab the alpha channel and just do what I normally do with... So rather than trying to do a fill operation or something silly like that, I'm just going to go like that. Okay, so problem solved. Okay, so now we can go back here, sample the lips, and we're in mouth 2, so that's correct. And I'm going to hit the G key, raw interpolation, and I'm actually going to go in behind mode and see if that works. I think that's going to work. I think that's going to work. And if we have to go back and add a little bit of lip over top, we can do that. I think that worked. Holy cow. I like it. So let's sample that color. Go back here. We're still in the mouth 2 layer. Why are we seeing... Looks like some weirdness that I'm going to have to fix there. Oh, I see what it did. Okay. Okay. Unfortunately. Alright. Let's fix this the hard way. I'm going to fix this the hard way. I'm just going to grab this and just... Okay, now why... Okay. Want to really think about what I'm doing here. Just pause for a moment. Let's hit the B key, and I want to grab this brush. I want to grab a completely dense brush and see why my stuff is being okay, and I have precisely the wrong color. I've actually grabbed precisely the wrong color. I grabbed the complete one I didn't want. Yeah. Oh, Dave, you can be such a silly goose sometimes. So, little bit of a pain. Little bit of a pain. But not that big of a pain. So, and it's because normally when I do a mouth just by whipping out shapes like I was doing, normally what I do is I then make the layer with the mouth semi-transparent, so a little bit of the skin tone bleeds through. It's not just black. Okay, call me a silly goose. All right, let's pull back out like here, and we'll take the G key. Okay, I feel like this brush is like stupidly large. Yeah, because it's the wrong brush there, dude. All right, boom. Boom. Ah, come on. Behind mode, I say. Behind mode. There, we're getting somewhere. Man, sometimes life takes you through the ringer. The ringer. The ringer. More ringer. And it's doing it again. It's doing it again. This is very, 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 very freakishly strange. It appears to me that by applying the filter and making the pixels transparent, there's literally nothing I can do, including an act of God, that will make them actually fully opaque again. That's like kind of like stupidity on steroids, but okay. That's what we're going to do. We're going to work with it. So I'm going to take my brush, and I'm just going to do the same thing again. I'll fix it. You know, that's okay. Like I said, every single software you ever use, ever, is going to have little quirks and problems and little things that aren't quite what you wish. But on balance, Krita does a pretty darn good job. So, ooh, look at that attitude. Oh my, she's looking saucy. Say that. Boom. All right, rewind. You'll know what to do. That's all I needed. So, wopsie haha. Thank you, Walter. Wopsie haha sounds like all kinds of fun. Okay, so this is 324B. File, save. Unbelievably, we are ready to render. I'm going to put this up on the screen where I can see. So 324-B and 324-B. Render that. Boom, that's rendering. We're going to jump back to Vegas. And then here what we need to do is take this shot out. Clean the media pool. Boom, boom, boom. Import 324B. There it is. Render. Grab it. Open the sequence. Yes. 8 frames per second. Boom. Drag it in. Turn off the resampling. Pop it in there. And then, what did I say I wanted to do? I think I want to kind of, let's see, I'll hit Control C. Then I'm going to grab this and paste event attributes so that I can then go into here, and what I want to do is actually get rid of this key. Boom. And then pull this all the way back to here. So this is the actual shot. Okay, I want to pull that back to there too, because that will create a problem that I don't want to even try to explain. But so I'm going to say, now this shot I want to put a very, 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 very slow push. You know what to do. Who knows what Balder's going to do, but it can't be good. She's ticked off. Oops. Okay. Let's tighten this up, baby. Boom. Snap right there. Boom. Cut. kids nowadays, they got no appreciation. And so she stomps out. Yeah, kids nowadays, they got no appreciation. You know what to do. Guys, come on. Right? Am I right? Am I right? Look at my timeline. Look at my timeline. Okay, so it was 320. Let's pull up 320. File, open. So, boom, 320, and this is what we want. And we're going to immediately resave this. Okay, but what we're going to do is we're going to take out everything about TNR. Everything. Take it all out. Gone. Boom, gone forever. File, save as. And I actually have a problem that never occurred to me before. So this is going to be 322. Okay, fine. So 320. Actually, stop. Let's stop everything. Let's go back here. Just to be safe, let's take these two. I would say these are going to be two separate shots. So let's take this one, 322, and let's drag it in here as a new layer. So it is there. It's hard to see. But remember, this is a greatly enlarged shot that we're going to fix here in a minute. Okay, and this is going to have to be completely reframed anyway. So this is 322. Yes, 322. File, save as. And let's go minus 322. We're saving over the ping. No problem. No problem. And then we're also saving as a Krita file. So, okay. So what's the problem? Well, the problem is that Balder has to emerge from this shadow area over here. So, first thing let's do, we might push in a little bit on this, but frankly, let's scale the image to a new size. And let's go with, let's get this back to a manageable level. So we're going to actually just 1920 by 1080. We're just going to scale it back to normal size. So give that a second to scale. And now N key. Okay, so what's going to be different on this shot that will make it work, actually, is that we are going to go right here, hit the G key. Might as well insert a keyframe too, because we're probably going to want to animate this, but okay. Oh, that's okay. Let's just hit the Control M, and let's just kind of get this a little bit under control. So we're going to go about like that. Okay? Fine. Now what we'll do is let's add some, let's hit the, for me it's the star key, for you it'll be something else, but preserve alpha, and let's turn the alpha way, 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 way down, and let's just do this. Okay? Now, why did we do that? Okay, so for this shot, when we cut back, we're going to put Carliana in the shot, in silhouette. Okay? So that's what this is. This is her in the foreground, in silhouette. And again, I'm going to play around with this a little bit. I'm actually kind of feeling like maybe a hue rotation would be a good thing. Let's see. If we get around to blues, I think. Yes, I say we get around to blues for her. Something like that seems about right to me. Okay, so what's going to happen is Balder's going to emerge from the shadows here. And that's what makes it kill. So this shot, this storyboard image, is completely whacked. Reason, and having Balder emerge from the wall probably doesn't make sense, because Balder does not. I think Balder's skin tone is a little bit on the pasty side, so let's just kind of do that. And then, so we're going to actually make him, for the most part, his natural colors, so that we can deal with color correcting him afterwards. Where's the last time we saw this guy? Where's the last time we saw Balder? Way the heck back here. Way back here, yeah. Man, these shots are going to have to be redone. There's Balder. Dang. What a shot is that? You know what? Let me see that. That's 124. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cheat. I'm going to go File, Open. I'm actually going to pull up Balder from that shot and cut him into this one. And just see if it works. Where's Balder? Oh, there he is. Actually worked. So, File, Save. And what we will do is we're going to animate Balder in reverse. Okay. First step is we're going to actually shrink him down a little bit. Like this. Alright. How long is it going to take him to get there? Okay, so we're animating him in reverse so we can shrink him down. We'll get him moving properly in reverse, and then we will ease him into the shot, and then we'll put a light over top so he's emerging out of the shadows kind of thing. Okay? How's that going to work? Great question. Glad you asked. Well, the first thing I'm thinking I would do is I would hit the B key, and I would probably grab my... I would probably do something like this. Okay, and then we'll kind of go to black here. Kind of like that, I think. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. As usual, I reserve the right to foul it up. But I think he's a pretty short guy, so he can be like that. Okay, so if we go here, now what we've got to do is go back into this paint layer, hit the brush, and then actually just go into erase mode. And we'll just ease this back out so that as he moves back in the frame, he will, oh come on. As he moves back in the frame, he will also come out of the shadows. So he's going to be way back here in the shadows. Okay, so now if I was smart, can we wing it on his lower body is the question. Maybe. Maybe. I'm going to just split the difference here, and I'm going to kill the background, kill that, and turn on the onion skins. That should make it a little easier. So we're going from here to here. So there's our... Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So actually we want to shrink him a little bit and move him back like here. And then maybe a little tilt. Oh, come on, Dave. Really? Did you just do that? Did you just freaking do that? That was supposed to be on that frame. You silly, silly, silly goose. So you got to start moving it and then hit the... Not really getting the timing here dialed in at all right now. Not even really thinking about it. Boom, 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 boom. This needs to be this way. Because the timing is actually beyond stupid at this point. Okay, let's turn her back on. feeling like this guy wants to be slightly tilted that way. And maybe just a little bit bigger. Let's just see if he moves in reverse okay. He kind of does, actually. So let's mirror the frames, and then we can actually get things pounded back into shape. Kind of somewhat sensibly. So take that. And actually, we're going to wait. Actually, we're going to wait a second and a half. Boom. And let him emerge out of the shadows. So, truthfully, this is probably not too far off of where we want to be. Okay. And I'm going to say, this is going to be a bit of a bold move. Let's put these two guys. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to get rid of this. Later, what I am going to do is I'm going to put a sort of a cast shadow across the whole thing. But actually, what makes more sense here is to go like this. Let's go here. Actually, let's go here. And then maybe insert a key in this paint layer. And then we'll go here, and what we'll do is we'll hit the fill tool, and we'll just fill this with black. Okay? Now, what we're also going to do is alpha lock it to Blender. So now that gives us this. Okay? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit Control M, and I'm going to pull out just a little bit of alpha from the black. Okay? So we're going to go like this. Actually, you know what? We're not going to do it that way. I'm going to tell you what, guys. This is where I am going to show you a Krita technique that you probably didn't know about. Okay? Here's what it is. I'm going to go tweening, add opacity keyframe. And then I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go tweening, add opacity keyframe. And then on this keyframe, I'm going to turn this opacity down to, let's say, probably about there. And look at what Krita is going to do for us. That's what I wanted. That's the effect I wanted. Okay? And frankly, we could actually almost even put a, I think we can actually liquefy this guy and fix the flaws. So I'm going to go here, hit the A key, and we're gonna do some liberal liquefaction of this guy, pulling him down, Go back here, same thing again. He's going to be in the dark. Frankly, we could even blur him a little bit and probably get away with it, right? So this doesn't matter. This really is not going to be seen. Okay. Let's see if it worked. Okay, yeah, there's a little hiccup there, I would say. So we'll paint into that. We'll just paint into that if this doesn't kind of sort of fix it. Or what we could do, arguably, you could put something in the foreground, but obviously it would be better to just paint it. So what I'm going to do is go like that. Go here, let me see. And then right here, what we're going to do is go hit the G key on Blender, and we're going to go, oh, come on, wrong brush, jeez. Boom. Oh, not quite anatomically where we need it to be. So we'll go with that. Yep, that'll work. Here we will kind of pull back and maybe just give him a little bit more arm going back this way. And I guess we will just cut a piece out of this. And I think that'll probably look okay. Let's see if that got us a little closer to where we need to be. Okay, so obviously it's choppy. We could put in more keyframes. We could tween him a little more. This I don't like. This one I don't like. Hey, there's Valerie. I'm going to go hang out with Valerie for 5 minutes. I'm taking another break. I deserve it. I've been working very hard. I've been a very good boy. A very good boy. Yes. And obviously having his arm, his right arm looking like, like he's crippled or something probably doesn't make a lot of sense. So it's all good. We are strikingly, frighteningly close to the end of this sequence, and I'm pretty darn sure we're going to get it done today. So we got to do these 2 shots of Balder, and then it'll be done. So I'm taking a 5-minute break. Taking 5. We'll let the cool stuff play in the background, just like I did before. I'm going to hit the G key and let this play. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Just for fun. I'm going to actually play the end so you can see how the latter part of the show looks. We'll just grab something here, and you'll probably notice that some of it could use some improvement, Could use some improvement. Hit the play button, and we'll strike up the, I guess I will not strike up the music and just let this play. So I'll be back in 5. know, as you can see, there's some stuff that's amazing, and then there's some stuff that's, ooh, I don't know about that. Right? Let's dive back in. We'll set Vegas back to the default setting, turn off the looping, and go back to, I think around here is where we are. Okay. Alright, so we just made the point as we were chit-chatting, Valerie and I, that I want to be a little careful here. I can smell the end of the race for today. I can smell got my tasty beverage, by the way. I can see the end of the line, and that is a bit of a dangerous place to be, because the end of the line is where you start sprinting, and when you sprint, that can be a good thing, but it's also when you trip. So I want to just slow down a little bit and not be stupid. Well, you got a little latitude here. I might have to redraw this one. Remember, he's actually completely in shadow there, so we don't even see that. I think right here, I would say, I think I have my erase mode back on. Let's take that out. Kind of go like that. It's probably okay there. No, it's not okay. Yeah, this one needs to be, let's take this off, and here's what we want to do here. We want to go, Yep, that's what we want to do. We want to take this out of here. Take that out of there. We get a little bit of a, oh, wait a second. Okay, that's not how arms swing. Sorry there. That was not good. Boom. Yeah, let's do the same thing here. Let's take that out of erase mode, and let's just kind of, I'm just going to doodle him in there. Doodle him in there. This should really have been more like that, I think. And I'm just trying this. I may be beating my head against a wall by trying to reuse this too much without having to actually clean it up and tweak and change it much. So again, as you can see, we're trying to see what we, yeah. So this is actually the one that should have his arm forward. Dave, you're so silly. You're so silly. Dude's got some muscles going on. So let's shade him a little bit. This probably is okay if we chisel just a little bit more out of it. Yep, that's probably better. This one, obviously his arm looks like it grew about 12 sizes. Oops, that was supposed to be in erase mode there, Jack. Erase mode, I tell ya. And that one's hidden in shadow, so okay. Alright, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try, what if we kind of sneak him in there? Maybe take the whole thing and move it downstream a tiny bit. I'm going with that. I'm going with it. Let's give this man a mouth. M-O-U-T-H. Insert a key. Actually, let's go with a little bit of a, like that. They got no Okay, let's turn that down a little bit. File, save. What are we on here? 72. Looks like we're probably okay on our frames. So, N key. Let's pull back a little bit, see what we got. Watching AMB is funny how he hates people using software, yet he uses the best Toon Boom money can buy. Yeah. Okay. AMB. He comes up from time to time here since he banned me from his channel. Okay, I think. So, yeah, the story is I went to his channel one time. I was subscribed to him. I may actually be subscribed to him again now, but he had done an animation that you're probably familiar with, JP, of the bunny, the rabbit, doing the martial arts. And he was talking. Yeah, OBS is disconnecting way too much. Okay, so yeah, all I can say is, as far as I'm concerned, the changes on OBS did not help at all. Did not help at all. OBS is basically off more than it's on today, I swear. So AMB, he was doing his rabbit, back when he first did his rabbit martial arts thing. I was on his channel and I said, well, hey, by the way, I forget what his first name is, but I'm like, hey, by the way, what about the fact that the rabbit's foot is like drifting like crazy? His rabbit's floating around on the ground. And he's not locked to the ground. And oh my goodness, he launched into a rant on me. You know, listen to BlendedPlanet, you know, the people, they come here and they want to act like they know it all, and they blah 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 blah. And he's just ranting like there's no tomorrow. And then immediately banned me from his channel. I criticized him. Okay. So that was that. Yeah, he likes Toon Boom. I mean, that's fine. Toon Boom's a good software. And he's a pretty good animator, too. He's a pretty good teacher. He's pretty good at a lot of things. A little bit temperamental, maybe, but whatever. It's good. So what is he actually saying? He's saying, kids nowadays, they got no appreciation. Right on, man. Kids nowadays, they got no appreciation. Yeah, so AMB banned me from his channel. I think I'm still banned. I haven't actually tried to like make a comment on one of his live streams just to see if I'm still banned, but I'm sure I am. So don't criticize him. That's the rule. If you criticize him, he will kill you off his channel as fast as he can. You are not welcome there if you ever say anything negative about his cartoons or about his animation. To a degree, I don't blame him. I mean, he's set himself up as the definitive teacher of traditional Disney-style animation, and frankly, as I said, he is, in fact, pretty good at it. He's not great, but he is pretty good. He's certainly good enough. There's a lot you can learn there from that guy, definitely, so I'm not going to say. Well, that's what everybody says. That's what everybody says. Yeah, he's a little temperamental. Okay, actually, so this is a bit of a hiccup. How much of a purist on my storyline here do I want to be? Because, frankly, I just stuck both lines of dialogue in when there was really only supposed to be one. Was this 322? I better check. Sorry. 322, yes. So yeah, the topic of AMB animation has come up here a few times. Just because I thought it was pretty funny. I mean, the guy really seriously had a cow. And I stand by my comment. If you go back, you can go back and look at it right now. That that rabbit martial arts animation. The animation's pretty good, but it's actually a good example of the stuff I talk about here. What good does it do you if you if all the movement's right, but then you've got to really be careful. We all have to really be careful about not letting crap slip into our work, you know? And we've all done it. We all do it. Okay, this shot would look better if it had a really, 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 really slow push. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go in here and just go like that. So here we go. Door slams. Kids nowadays, they got no appreciation. You know what to do. Okay, so yeah, a little bit of an edit hiccup right there. Let me see. Okay, and then really, I don't think the wow, you're still on, dude. Well, that's what I'm doing, Amar. I'm just working. You know, that's my new philosophy about live streaming. If I'm going to be working, the whole reason I created the channel, remember, was because I just said, you know, I don't want the primrose path of trying to make it look or sound like it's easy, because it's not easy. But it's a lot of fun, and it's pretty crazy all the cool things you can do. So let's have some fun with this final shot. Let's look at this. I would say, let's do this. We're going to make this fun. We're going to do shot 323. So let's just save this right now. File, save as, and we're going to save this as 323. Okay? And I'm actually not going to save it as a ping. I'm going to leave the storyboard image in there. So, whoops, nope, not a Krita brush, silly goose. Krita, duh. There it is. Okay, now what we got to do is take her, kill her. Take the background. Let's go back to frame 1. Come on. Scale it. Filter. Blur. Let's do a Gaussian blur. We're going to do this. We'll bring this guy. That's his mouth, sorry. We're going to bring this back here for reference, and we're going to select all this. Get rid of it. Okay. Okay. Now what we're going to do, whoops, we do not want that. What we want is this. Okay. We'll kind of scale him into the shot. We'll kind of frame him up properly. Okay. This, let's just get rid of it. The mouth, get rid of it. We'll go ahead and tint him down a little bit. We could actually almost do that. That would probably be a bit criminal, though, to just allow his transparency to sneak in. And so what I'm going to do, he is now headless. So we're going to pull this back here. Yep, pulling that back there. Now we're going to go like this. We're going to hit the G key. Yeah, Amar, I'm feeling hungry, man. I'm feeling competitive. I'm going to, like, rock and roll here. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I don't know what anyone else is doing, but that's what I'm doing. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the B key and I'm going to hit the E key, and that allows me to do some judicious erasing like this. So you say, well, geez, Dave, you know, how come you're not like drawing every frame of this guy and blah, blah, blah. And there's certainly nothing wrong with that. The more actually, I think I really want to use this brush. The more I get in there and actually draw everything and do it the hard way, the better the work is, generally. But, yeah, it just depends. Sometimes you can kind of get some leverage on your content. And this is literally the last shot of the sequence. So we are making serious inroads here, folks. Inroads, I tell you. Okay. There we go. Oops. That wasn't what I meant to do. I meant to hit that. Okay, so now what I want to do is invite Balder to nod. Okay? And since it's a tight close-up on the poor guy, why don't we actually correct some things about him that are a little bit egregious? Let's kind of balance this fella out a bit. This slight imbalance in the, you know, to a degree I like it. It's actually part of his characterization is he's a little bit cockeyed here, but I would say maybe push that out a little bit, hit the G key, sample this color, and kind of go like that, and just tighten that up a bit. Yeah, but he is a little lopsided. There's nothing wrong with that. Really? Okay, you're not gonna like sample the color that I just grabbed? Why not? Why not, Krita? Why not? What's wrong with you? So yeah, he's got a little bit of a cockeyed bend to him, but that's okay if that's kind of like who he is. B key, E key. Little cleanup, little cleanup. Why, certainly. Spread them out. I have no idea what that, I assume that's yet another pop culture reference of some kind, and I have no idea what that is. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go to 12, and I'm going to anchor on where his neck would be. Let that hold for a minute. Okay. Boom. Boom. Slow out. Whoops. Slow out. I'm just gonna. Okay, we'll get rid of that key. And let's see how it feels. Okay, I don't like the quirkiness of that, so let's just get rid of it and redo it. No problem. In fact, let's even try it this way. It can't hurt to try. Let's just mirror these frames and see if it actually feels better. Yep. Boom. Okay, it's a little slow. Boom. 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 Yeah, that's okay. That's alright. Okay, so now we'll do this. We will just do the same thing we did before, which was add a layer. And I'm going to, instead of just putting in a fill, I'm going to actually give it a little bit of range here, like so. And I'm just going to hit the erase to kind of flow back into it, like so. And then we'll just roll it off a little bit. That's probably pretty good. And I like the focus pull in the background. That's working. This is going to be about probably 32 frames. Let's do 32. Again, this is shot, what is it, 323? Yeah, so we're going to render 322. No, we want 323. 322, 323. Okay, boom. Savey. Come back here. I'm just going to go ahead and abandon that pose that I had planned for that and just say, hey, let's use this other pose. the end of the day, it's not going to matter much. Tools, we'll clean the project media. So we had some erroneous things in there. Let's go here, render, boom, boom, boom. 8 frames a second, I tell ya. Let's push this in. I think we're gonna have enough time here. Okay, sorry about that, a little jerking around. So we're gonna fade this to black. So this actually needs to be split here. Our background, in this particular case, we're gonna fade to black, not white. So we'll just kind of leave that here. Okay, this needs to, the properties need to have no resampling. And again, I am going to put a very faint, just a sweet little push. Okay, see how it plays. Big footsteps. Kids nowadays, they got no appreciation. You know what to do. Hey, come on, come on. Am I right? Am I right? Okay, let me see what the messages are. Blah, 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 blah. A and B. This is a marathon. Your tasty beverage must be working overtime. Well, it's like I said to Amar, you know, increasingly I'm just doing long live streams because this is really me just sitting here doing the work. It is what it is. It's cool, it's fun. It's not always easy. Sometimes it's not fun, but usually it's pretty fun. Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm going to actually allow this dissolve to be a little longer than usual because we are closing out a whole sequence here. Okay, hello Dizzy. Three Stooges. Okay, yeah, I'm not familiar. I never was a big Stooges fan. Thought you'd get that one since we grew up on those guys. We did. My cousins loved them. I just never got into them. What do you think about a special keyboard with programmable hotkeys? It can make faster in your opinion. Generally speaking, not especially. I mean, all my software has custom hotkeys, so I always tend to remind people when I hit a hotkey in Krita that it's probably not your hotkey because it's one I've set up. Like the selection tool being S, I don't think is default, and I'm really sure the free transform tool being on the A key is not default. I did that because I've basically set up Krita so it closely matches, for the most part, the hotkeys in OpenToonz. So I can bounce between the two softwares pretty smoothly. So that's why in Krita I use the comma and the period, or you could say the less than and greater than sign, for jumping between keyframes. Okay, so special keyboards, not that useful. I mean, my drawing tablet has 6 programmable keys. I used to use them for a while, and I've just gotten away from it. It's just not enough, so I just keep my hand on the keyboard. You do a few times, and it would look like the head nod when some people from India talk. I have a 16 plus 10 key remote, and I use none of them. Okay, thank you, Amar, for weighing in on that one. If you like using them, they can be, but I'm so used to the keyboard. I think those small handheld keyboards may be helpful. Yeah, I could see if somebody really wanted to keep their hands on the tablet, right? So you want to keep your hands on the tablet right here, which is mine is a digital artist 15.6. I'm trying to move the right. Okay, so it has 6 programmable keys, and I could totally see where maybe if somebody was using the keys on their tablet, then they wanted one of those remotes for just a few more keys, you know, like the old ones that had a numpad or whatever. I could see where maybe that would be useful, but for me, I just use the keyboard. Always have. Okay, guys, I'm going to look at my time. I mean, because this is essentially the last 3 days of work, and we hit a minute. Okay, okay. It's not, you know, I mean, I'm a little bit of a whiny pants, and I really would like to be able to kill 30 seconds a day. But what happens is even if I do 30 seconds a day, I really don't get 30 seconds because once I go into Vegas and actually make the song, even though it's only supposed to, ooh, reconnection. So the script is 54 pages long, but um, the show is supposed to be 48, so we've got plenty of room to cut down. So if we're a little behind the script is at 22 and the show is at 19 and a half, we're basically in the zone. We're in the zone. I think the halfway point I determined is right here. So we're in a bit of a race here through to the finish of the first half, meaning that ostensibly, let's put it this way, based on what I've done the last 3 days and then the few days before that, I would say probably in about somewhere between 1 and 2 weeks, I would guess, if I keep doing what I'm doing. Somewhere between 1 and 2 weeks, I'm going to have the first half done. And then I'm not sure what's going to happen because I may stop the presses, go back, knock out the voices. And by the way, that should be like that. Knock out the voices and actually score the thing. Do post production, sound effects, yada, yada, yada. And the other situation is that there's plenty going back to the beginning of the show that I'm sure I'm going to want to redo because I mean it's actually downright embarrassing. If I look at the stuff I have going in this last section and then I go back in time, I'm seeing it get worse and worse and worse and worse. And I kind of sort of know what it's going to take to fix some of this stuff, and it's not going to be very hard. It's going to be pretty fast to sort of fix things up and whip them into the shape. And I may, in fact, even re-envision some things about the beginning of the show where it gives this backstory because I really want to get Mel in there by the 2.5 minute point. That seems to be what the best cartoons do. You always see the main character you actually usually see the main character right at 2.5 minutes. And in my show, he's showing up at 4 minutes. And that kind of bugs me a little bit. Delicious. Sorry about that. I'm doing something here in the other screen. Excuse me. That causes my I can't talk. Actually, you know what, guys? I'm doing this. I'm actually gonna do this. I am gonna put this on, and I don't even care. I'm just gonna look. I just want to watch this. I want to watch and comment. I'm just thinking about it. Do this every once in a while. So we got this story going on where there's a narration, and you can see how it's a little choppier, a little stiffer, a little less polished than what has been going on. It's not bad. Most of it's probably okay, and the tweaks that are required are pretty small. But so to be fair, it should be said that we actually meet Mel just a few seconds into the show, but he becomes the narrator. So we're not really seeing his story. We're hearing him give the backstory. The backstory where we've got this king and queen with 2 strong sons, but the queen fell ill. That shot definitely needs some tightening up a bit. This was done in a combination of Krita and Blender, and it's not bad. It's not bad, but it's not quite where it needs to be. That's fine, probably. Golek, first time we see Golek. So he's given the king some soup or something to help him recover from his illness, which is actually, as you can see, calculated to kill him. Which causes, this shot was actually redone recently and fixed up a bit. So we're having this kid crowned, but Golek's got some nefarious plans. Okay, so while this is playing and I'm kind of looking, I'm checking this. I have time out that I can do 8 to 10 second of animation a day at 12 a.m. That's good, but that's just the pencil test. I'm sure I was doing it like you every day. I'll be able to up the speed. It won't be any ink, paint, and shadows. Yeah, the more you do, the faster you get, and the better you get if you are not chimping on quality. For a while there, I really allowed myself to chimp a bit on the quality, and so as a result, it didn't matter that I was doing a lot of it. There's a saying that practice makes perfect, but perfect practice is really what makes perfect. And that's why I said yesterday that for me, like this shot looks fine. This shot looks great. You know, this is probably fine. Um, for me, it's all about the pictures. If the still images with the characterization and their personalities and their attitude and their body language, if the and the color. So now we're reconnecting again. Sorry about that, guys. So basically, this blight hits the land, and we sort of have this montage going on with the music, and we see that Golek is talking to Vespigi and kind of convinces him to usurp the throne, and so the younger brother winds up becoming the king. And in fact, they not only get him on the throne, but he also, so there's these series of paintings where so it would take you a month to get 5 minutes of animation done. Yeah, I cannot countenance that pace, I don't think. I just, no. I just can't countenance that pace. Again, it's looking okay. Looking okay. So, you guys probably don't mind. There's Mel. Would be halfway to my goal. And then this, you know, there's some characterization issues here with Mel and Luca for sure. He doesn't. He looks. This is stuff that was largely done in Blender. It's just not. It's not up to scratch, man. I mean, the storytelling's okay. It's quite fixable. Like that shot was done in Blender too, and it came out nice. You know, that's all shape keys. That's all Blender shape keys. It's a single drawing with just Blender shape keys. Here we're kind of meeting Monkey for the first time, and obviously Mel's a little distracted by Tianara. So this whole sequence is replete with issues. Replete with issues. This is the first time we see the mother, and again, she probably has to be pretty much redrawn. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot that's gonna have to be fixed here. It's a bit discouraging, but the problem is that there is no shortcut. You know, there is no alternative pathway to learning how to do it. Getting to the point where you're doing good work. There's no shortcut. So you got to go through the crap to get to the good stuff. That shot came out pretty nice. Mel is completely off character there. I don't know what I was thinking that day. I think I was trying to do something in Blender. Again, this is where dinking around with other software just to see if it'll somehow make the job easier or better or whatever always backfires. 100% of the time backfires. Always turns out to have been a waste of time. Yeah, I learn a few things. But you look at the characterization of the mother here compared to the stuff that I did this week, and you're going, okay, yeah, it's not even the same person. Do you think if you had done the entire episode as a pencil test before ink and paint, then locked or timed down the animation you wanted? Well, I've talked about that the last few days. At this point, I am 100% 100% sure that that would not be the correct path for me. What I'm doing now is the correct path. Actually doing... The difference between now and before is not the fact that I didn't do a pencil test through and sort of tighten up the characterization and all that. That's not the problem. The problem is that there have been too many periods of time, like take this shot right here, for example. What probably happened is I'm dinking around with maybe some workflow that involves Blender or whatever, and I'm basically trying to figure out how to get the timing, the speed up. My focus was on speed of production, not quality of production. Okay. Yeah, I don't. I mean, obviously, the best situation is that you Your character designs are very, very much finalized before you ever start the show. Okay. And I admit that I didn't quite get that. So the character designs have drifted a bit. It is what it is. Asher always looks good. And some of the acting there is quite nice too. Okay. The focus is on the art, not the movement. Damn, OBS, man, you suck. You suck. There's just no two ways about it. You suck. The fact that it automatically reconnects is kind of nice, but so most recently, priority 1 is make sure the drawing itself looks really appealing. It looks good. This is like okay. This is, I mean, it's simple. There's a time and a place for a simplified character. That's perfectly fine. Okay, not criticizing that, but there have been too many times where I just can't say enough that everything that I have done to try to speed up the process has not really sped it up much, and it's mostly just made the quality worse. Whereas when I focus on the quality, it's like playing an instrument. Speed happens naturally by itself if you focus on doing it right. You know, this is Blender Grease Pencil 2, and I hate it. I hate the way it looks. It's not that it couldn't be better. It is completely my fault. I admit that. But everything I've been able to put out with the Blender Grease Pencil looks stupid compared to what I'm doing in Krita. There's like no contest to me. No contest. So A is focus on the imagery, the characters, the faces, the expressions, making sure everything, the drawing is good. And then the other big thing is, which I did a lot of leveraging today, a lot of cutting and pasting and moving things around, but maybe more than I should have, because what I have also seen most recently is when in doubt, just erase the damn thing. Just completely erase it and redraw it, and allow yourself to do it the traditional way where you just generate, you know, just draw the keys, man. Just do the drawing. And so the emphasis is squarely on drawing. Drawing is mostly what's most important. This stuff is actually kind of interesting. It's a little rough, but it has a certain appeal to it. This is Blender Grease Pencil 2, by the way, also. This whole sequence with Tobias and the prince, whose name is escaping me at the moment, Vespar. He's named, but it's impossible to have a consistent live stream with OBS being as stupid as it is. Disconnecting every 5 seconds, I swear. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. This is Blender Grease Pencil, by the way, as well. That's Blender Grease Pencil 2, 2.8. You know, going for a little bit of a rough kind of look. Vespar. They basically are letting Vespar know that they're about to marry him off. So he's got the same situation that TNR has, because he's not really looking to get married either. He's a kid, you know. But these guys kind of see an opportunity if they can marry these two families together. So the king is sort of making light of it, and yeah, no big deal. I mean, a leader has to do what's best for his country, not for himself, says the freaking hypocrite that's doing everything he's doing strictly for himself. Well, that's what people who try to appeal to your better nature to get you to be sacrificial usually are doing it because they want you to sacrifice so that they don't have to. Damn, OBS. There was an anime I was working on, and I stopped working on it to work on this, which I wouldn't call an anime. I would just call this a cartoon, even though it has a lot of anime characteristics for sure. But the reason I started working on this was because my film distributor and I had a conversation, and I had pitched him, I had kind of floated the idea of a cartoon 5 years earlier. And he was pretty cool to it at that time, and the market wasn't ready for it. And the long story short is that the market has changed last couple of years, and for my distributor, which if you don't know JP, I am an internationally known filmmaker, actually. I say that because it's so stupid, you know, it's like I'm just a guy, you know, I'm just a guy. But actually it's true. I actually am an internationally known filmmaker because I have a film that has that people all over the world have enjoyed. It's a chick flick horse movie. It's here on YouTube. You can find it on YouTube. It's called Healed by Grace. Healded. Healed. Healed by Grace. And that movie was quite a success in the sort of faith and family marketplace. So I've made 8 movies, actually. As I like to say, I've made 8 movies, and 3 of them are pretty good. 5 of them are, you know, range from just okay to awful. You know, it is what it is. So, no, I always liked cartooning, and I was always a cartoonist. And even was thinking about animation in high school. My copy of animation, the Illusion of Life, Disney animation, The Illusion of Life. I bought the copy of that when I was in high school. So we're talking in the early 80s. But it would have been very difficult and expensive, of course, to try to execute any kind of serious animation at that time. So anyway, the answer to your question is I just had a conversation with my distributor, and I said, hey, I mean, would this be a good time to maybe think about revisiting that cartoon? And he's like, you know, actually, based on what I'm seeing with other properties we handle that are cartoons or aimed at kids, you know, and the way, oh boy, OBS. So I just stopped everything on the anime I was working on, which was kind of an experimental project, more or less, and immediately wrote a script that was more appropriate to the marketplace that I serve with my feature films. A little more appropriate. And just got busy on this and said, hey, we'll make a cartoon. So now we're getting into the very recent stuff. Flipbook animation is all I remember back in the 80s. Didn't do a whole lot of it, but it was an option. Yeah, I mean, you could. Obviously, it's always been possible to draw little cartoons in the corners of books so that you can make a flipbook. Oops, probably shouldn't have my mouse on the... When a director hires me to do animation projects, they supply me with the voice tracks and music beforehand. Do you follow a similar workflow? Well, in my case, that's not exactly how I roll. I mean, I typically, with my stuff, I typically write it. I mean, I've done, in the last couple of years, I've done explainer videos. You know, they're like couple $1,000 type projects. You know, you're talking about a 1-minute explainer video over. You know, I'm typically writing the script, doing the voiceover, any animation or production. Typically writing the music, even doing the underscore on all my films. I've scored them myself. I used to joke that I got into making films so that I could score them. There's actually some truth to that. Usually when a director hires me to do animation projects, they supply me with voice tracks. Well, and I would say the fact that you would say that tells me that you're a guy I wanna look at. You know, sooner or later, maybe we're gonna want to split this thing out and farm it out a bit. So I'm not doing it all myself. I want to get the first episode out there and kind of see how it does in the marketplace. So I'm actually doing a search on you because I want to see what you're capable of. Actually, JP Parks. I want to see your animation. JP Parks. Okay, there's a lot of JP Parks on YouTube. What's your... Okay, it's all lowercase. What's your icon? Kids animation stuff. What's your icon though? What do you do? I'm gonna hit escape here and get out of this now. And Vegas doesn't want to get out of it. Vegas is actually saying no right now. not letting me, not letting me exit. My goodness. I'm hitting escape over and over. It's doing me no good. Okay, so I guess we're going to let that play, and I'm going to look up JP Parks while the storyboard plays out like an animatic. So, JP, from the chat here, I cannot really click on your name and get a link to your page. You don't have a chance. Oh. Well, do you have, so you don't have anything? So you don't have anything that can show me. So here, okay, so here I'm a guy who's dang. I want to see your stuff. Okay, that's all right, whatever. Um well, and I have to respect that in a way. I mean, if you're like busy doing what you do and why do you need a website and all the rest? If you don't. If you're busy actually doing the work, you probably don't need to be thinking around with trying to create a YouTube channel. I just created the YouTube channel because I wanted to see the kind of content that I'm actually creating, and I couldn't find it. Ka-chunk. Yeah. So the bolt slides back, and see, this is Golik visiting Tianara in prison, telling her how lucky she is. She's not really buying it. Oh, spare me. He's like, you ought to show some appreciation. Marry the prince. I apologize for the chains. I demand. You'll demand nothing, young lady. You've been promised to the prince, and you'll be wed to the prince. Get over it. That's basically what's going on. Oh, that's awesome, JP. That's really cool. I would love to see your work, though. I think it's super cool. Whatever you're doing sounds pretty cool. The only I mean, I'll be honest with you. The reason I ask people is because on YouTube you get a lot of people who say a lot of things. It's like the same reason why AMB Animation banned me from his channel, because he thinks I'm just a bullshitter who thinks I know everything. I mean, he doesn't know me. I mean, when I went to his site, I was just checking him out, and I just made a comment. He doesn't know who I am. So you get a lot of people that talk, and they can use the language of animation and software and this and that and the other, and they can talk the talk, and then you say, well, okay, let me see your stuff. Let's see it. There's never anything to see. There's nothing. That's usually what happens. So that's why I tend to, when people are talking like they know what they're talking about, I'm like, okay, cool, man. I really would love it if that was absolutely true, and I'd like to see your stuff, because who knows, maybe someday we'll actually work together on something. You never know. Show Darren T name with some project currently working on Discord. I'll have to get onto Discord and check it out. That's cool. That's cool, brother. I like it. Well, if you're doing corporate work, then you may not be at liberty to just show it. So here's what I'm going to do, folks. Frankly, I'm going to actually walk away for a few minutes, and I'm going to let this storyboard play, because it is kind of cool. I mean, some of you might actually enjoy watching this. If you're quick, you can read some of the dialogue that's baked into it. And then when I come back, I'm actually going to be going ahead and shutting down. Yeah, I mean, you can't just show it. Right, it's not really your properties necessarily. With me, what I've done is, my forte in filmmaking is that I'm the guy who can spend quite literally exactly $8,000 on a movie, and people will look at the film and think it costs $250,000 to make. I'm not kidding. You enjoy watching? Okay, cool. And so the movie I made that did the best, people would look at it and say, they think it costs 50 or 60 grand to make. The last movie I make, same thing. They'll think it costs about 250,000 to make, even though it actually cost 8, because I just do everything. I do it. I write it. I edit it. I write the score. I do. I shoot it. I'm the director. Blah blah blah. And it's a bizarre niche because, frankly, here's the reality about that. Nobody cares. It doesn't matter. What I can do is utterly irrelevant, actually. I am utterly insignificant. Why? Because the audience doesn't care. All the audience cares about is, do they enjoy the movie? What I'm capable of is irrelevant. So that's not for the audience. That's for me. That's me doing what I am enjoying doing. That's all. It's utterly irrelevant in the marketplace. And I kind of like that. The marketplace is very democratic. They don't give a shit what I can do. All they care about is, did I like the movie or not? And that's the way this cartoon's going to be too. People will either enjoy it or they don't. If they don't, you know, if they don't, then I will fail. I'll fail. And if I fail, I guess I'm not going to walk away. I thought I was, but I'm not. Yeah, so Mel is, he gets, so essentially what happens is Asher, I'm backing up a little bit here in terms of the story, but what happens is that Asher kind of figures out, that maybe the whole reason that the prince is being married to this girl is because they're actually distant cousins, Golik and Carliana. So maybe the whole reason that Golik is arranging for this marriage is because it will give him a claim to the throne. And so Asher, the monk, is a little concerned about that. And so he sends Mel out. Let's just go through this. This is actually a lot of fun. It's kind of encouraging in a way because I really do enjoy the storyboard. So what we're seeing here is the wedding day. So there's this big wedding, and there's this poor couple who comes to see the wedding, and they're being sent away. Hey, you're no landowner. Get out of here, riffraff. So you're seeing a little bit of sort of prejudice, kind of a little bit of social commentary here for sure. And so in the meantime, what has happened is Asher sent Mel with a secret message that he has to put in a certain place so that somebody who is a confidant in the palace will get this message because Asher wants to let his concerns be known. So here is Tianara waiting to be taken to be married up to the prince. And she's not excited about that. So, can I get a little help here? And he sees, because the monkey stole the bag that was in Mel's pocket, and the bag contains the letter. So Mel has to get the letter back. Well, meanwhile, the monkey's just concerned about the tasty stuff that's in the tent. So he's down here in the tent, and Mel's up on the hill looking down, and he sees the monkey sneak into the tent. He's like, that dirty rat, I'm going to get him if it kills me, that little stinker, you know, blankety blank. So he jumps down, and he's going down to the tent. So he goes down to the edge of the tent, and he hears them saying, my dear Tianara, you know, and blah, 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 blah. So this is Golik basically telling her, he's giving that to the slave girl. Here, refill this. And Mel's listening in. Well, Tianara, meanwhile, notices the monkey that has snuck into the tent. And he sneaks a date. He quickly grabs a date and stuffs it in his mouth. She thinks that's kind of funny. The slave girl, Fala, she leaves. And then Tianara notices something. And she notices where the monkey came in. And she's thinking, maybe this is where I'll have the opportunity to escape. So then she says, okay, I better be smart here. And so she starts getting nice to Golik. She wants to play him a little bit. She's like, oh, Golik, you're such a... She doesn't get stupid like, you know, you're so handsome or anything like that. But I don't remember what the dialogue is. But she's basically she's playing along. And Golik suspects. You can see in his expression. He's like, okay, something's amiss here. But once Golik leaves the tent, Tianara goes over, and she's fiddling around on the back of the tent. Well, who's on the other side? Oh, that's awesome, JP. That's cool. Well, it's Mel that's on the other side of the tent. And he's going, that's one resourceful monkey, because he thinks that's the monkey dinking around with the tent. Oh, that's awesome, JP. I'm glad to hear it. That's great. I haven't done anything major. I've just done little dinky stuff, and I've had a couple films that have done okay. So she's playing now. She's playing now because Vespar now shows up. Now this is interesting because now Vespar comes in to meet his bride-to-be, and while Mel's listening in, and Vespar's completely awkward. I'm looking forward to, it's an honor to bring our families and kingdoms together. He doesn't even know what to say. And Tianara's like, yes, it is an honor. well, she says it's an honor to meet you, and he's like, yes, it is an honor. She's like, that's what I just said, and he's like, yeah, you've gotten an amazing gift, and she's like, gift? Excuse me? So this first meeting of the two that are supposed to be married today kind of falls apart in a big way. I'm not sure I do know what you mean. Care to explain it? So she's sitting here tapping her finger, and Vespar just doesn't know what to do. He's completely awkward. I love this stuff. Okay. So Vespar is feeling very out of place. And in a way, she feels a little sorry for him. So, kind of trying to find a middle ground. But he toughens up. He's like, you need to show respect. So it turns into basically a confrontation. And he's so frustrated, he doesn't know what to do. What do I do with this girl? And so he just stomps out. And Mel's like, ooh, ouch. That didn't go well. So she tears off her veil. I wouldn't say I'm really good at my craft. So she sees this blade. Okay, she sees this blade on the wall. So she grabs the blade, and she's getting out of Dodge. She's like, I am not going to be married to this guy. There's no freaking way. I'm out of here, baby. And Mel sees all of this activity on the other side of the tent, and so he quickly jumps up. He scurries back up the hill and hides. And now he's looking to see what's about to happen. Right? And he sees her come out. And she comes out and she sort of looks around, looking one way and the other, not sure what to do. But she sees the hill. She's like, there's my way out. There's where I got to get to. Mel peeks up over the corner. So she scurries up and she peeks up over the corner. And now they're like face to face. Ah! Okay, so you can kind of see how that's going. And she puts the knife up. You know, who are you? Me? I'm nobody. You did not see me, she says. Hey, no problem. No problem. I didn't see anything. So he recognizes her. He's seen her a couple times, remember? She doesn't know her, but he's like, he still has to get the letter. He's still got to deliver the letter, right? So yeah, it's really a little frustrating that OBS keeps disconnecting because you guys are missing a little bit of the description here. But anyway, so here we go. So it transitions to the wedding. Okay, and we got some people in the audience that are complaining about the taxes, and Golik is playing this situation. And I don't even remember. I have to remember my own script here, what happens. So he's kind of playing the audience. Oh yeah, it starts to rain. That's what happens. Now you got to remember, it's been a drought. There's been a drought for literally for years, actually. There's been a drought and a famine for years. And all of a sudden, in the middle of this event, there's thunder. All of a sudden, it starts raining. And so Golik is really opportunistic. So he's like, I'm going to seize upon this moment. He's like, yes, you know. And he's like, look what I can't remember how he said it. But he doesn't give God credit, but it's kind of like that. I don't remember how it was worded. And he says, behold the bringer of the rain. And he's basically giving credit to the prince. So he's bringing the prince out in front of the crowd, and the crowd's shouting out, yeah, they're roaring, you know, let's bring the prince. And so now he's put Vespar in this really awkward position. Because Vespar, what are you going to do? You're going to not come out? You know, he says, people, hear me, bring forth the future queen. So Golek is really pushing to, let's get this done. Let's get these two married together. So Vespar goes back. He goes to the tent, and he calls out for Tianara. Tianara, it's time. And then Golik appears. What's going on? Because the girl is gone. Right? I'm going to read, JP, I see I'm kind of trying to stay with the story here. So I'm going to get to your comments shortly. I appreciate the stuff you're posting there. I'm just kind of going through here. Hope you guys don't mind. I mean, this is real time, so this actually, to go through this whole thing would in fact take 48 minutes. Take almost an hour, actually. So Golik comes in and he finds the letter. Well, the king shows up. Now the king's getting irritated. That's not good. What's the delay? What's going on here? And Golik's like, treachery! Because he read the letter. Now, we don't know what's in the letter. But now Mel is outside the tent, and he hears all this going on, and he's like, oh, man, now what am I supposed to do? Because he looked in the bag, and the letter wasn't there. And Golek tells the king that the queen has been kidnapped. How's this possible? I found this letter. Mel's hearing all this happen. It's really ramping up. This is Asher's doing. So Golek did exactly what you'd expect him to do. He blames it on Asher. I'm sure this is a plot to steal the crown. Asher? So he tricks the king. He's convinced the king that Asher's the bad guy. Oh, I tried to warn you, my liege. I told you. And of course the king is like, he'll pay for this with his life. So now everything's against Asher. And Mel, you know, Asher's the guy that's raised Mel from a baby. And now Golek's got to go out in front of the crowd, and he tells the audience that the princess bride has been kidnapped. And the crowd is all like, what? What? Such evil cannot stand. It's an inexcusable... I don't remember what he said, but it's like a curse on the land. This is a curse. What's going on here? And Golek invites the prince to speak to the people because he wants the prince. He's basically putting the prince in front of everyone to say, tell the people how you're going to go rescue your queen and you're going to see justice done. So what's the teenage prince supposed to do? So he rises to the moment. He says, yes, I will, you know, and then everybody's cheering him on. So Vesper's under all this pressure to do this now. He's got to actually put his money where his mouth is, and we fade to black here because now Vespar's got to do it. And it cuts to Asher. Mel, did they see you? I'm not sure. Did they see you? I must know. Actually, his voice is more like, we cannot stay here. Where will we go? We will go nowhere. There's a bounty on my head. You've got to leave. But Asher... No, I cannot put your life in danger. Follow the river to Nippur, south to Nippur. Seek out, and he tells him to seek out this certain person. I can't remember the name of the person. Menachem. Seek out Menachem. He'll know what to do. So he sends Mel out. See, everything's really ramping up and moving fast here. Really moving fast. Okay, Mel's got to get out of Dodge. Asher's sending him away. We don't know what Asher's going to do. We don't know what's going to happen to Asher. He's going to have to hide. He's going to have to do something. So Mel is now out on his own, and he's got to get to Nippur to find this guy named Menachem who can help. He doesn't know how he can help. He doesn't really even know why this is all falling apart. But he knows that Asher's life is in danger, and he knows his life's in danger. And then he gets confronted by this person who's like, what are you doing here? Who are you? Me? I'm nobody. Which is, remember, that's what he said before. I can't remember her lines, unfortunately. But it's a little bit of a negotiation between these two. Well, she's got a knife on him. And again, like I said, guys, I'm going to definitely go back and look at your messages here. I'm just kind of enjoying going through this. I hope you guys don't mind. So she's like, you know, the village is that way. The village? The village, yeah, doesn't really work for me. Yeah, I really can't do the village thing. Something like that. I can't remember the dialogue. So why not? You know, she's like, well, I say she because we're about to find out that this is actually Tianara in disguise because she's escaped. So I'm sorry to give that away. I'm sorry to wreck the surprise, but that's what's going on here. Oh yeah. So he's like, well, it all started with and he looks up in the tree and there's the monkey. See, it all started with a monkey because it did. It all started with the monkey causing him grief. And she's like, and so she starts cussing out the monkey because the monkey's been tormenting her too. You see? And he's like, wait a second. How do you know him? How do you know him? And then Lucas shows up. Monkey, there you are. You know, because he's been looking for Monkey all day. And Luca doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't realize all this disarray. I mean, here's the woman who's the girl who's promised to the prince that's on the run. Mel has been sent away. He's on the run. Asher's life's in danger. Who knows what's going to happen to him? And Lucas shows up, and him and Monkey are like, you know, what's going on here? I'm not doing a good job of telling you guys the story because I don't remember the dialogue. It all sews together very nicely, actually. But Mel kind of explains to Luca that it's been a really long day. It's been a tough day, guy. And if it wasn't for that spoiled brat princess Tianara, I wouldn't be in this pickle. Well, maybe if you tried to see things from her point of view. Oh, really? Well, from where I sit, she's a spoiled brat. She's like the queen of the world, and she doesn't appreciate anything. She's just been the most spoiled brat imaginable. And Luke is seeing this situation really escalate. Oh, poor me. I get to be queen of the whole land. Right? So finally, this person, why, you peasant, and she pulls off the headdress, and it reveals that this is, in fact, Tianara. That explains a lot. So, disconnect, reconnect. OBS, you are just ticking me off. So Luca, so they hear a noise. And Luca tells them to hide in the bushes, and they're like, what about you? They're not looking. Luca's like, they're not looking for me. They're looking for you. So they're out there looking for the missing Princess Bride, and Luca's kind of making excuses. Meanwhile, these guys are hiding right there. Tianara is who these guys are looking for. And they hear a noise. I didn't hear anything. Go check it out. So this guy goes to check it out in the bushes. And then fortunately, what is it? That's just this monkey. I'm sorry, I can't take him anywhere. Listen, kid, you need to head back to the village. So they're basically telling, listen, Luca, you need to get out of here. Otherwise, we're going to have to arrest you too. Yo, okay, guys. Okay, see you later. Well, have a good night, guys. See you. Kids. Come on. They might as well actually going to. I literally, unfortunately, believe it or not, I actually have to. This has not happened very often, but Vegas will not let me. I have to kill it. Vegas will not let me jump out of full screen mode. And the problem is, it's stupid to review this if OBS is literally stopping every minute or two. I mean, it's just insane. It's just insane. So rather than fight it, I hate to say it, but maybe one day in the far distant future, OBS will not be completely ridiculously stupid. But at this point, it sure is. It makes it a miserable process to try to do anything that requires any kind of continuity or not being interrupted, because I'm trying to sort of go through the story here and you guys are missing most of it, I guess. I don't know. So hey, long story short is, we'll just wrap this up and say these guys get away. They sneak away. These shots here are pretty cool, actually. They're going crossing the river, and they jump down here and get into a cave, and they basically regroup, and Mel tells him, I got to get to Nippur. She doesn't know what to do because she can't go back home. There's nowhere she can go. And so and then they realize that she lost her necklace. She must have dropped it near the fire. So that means that the soldiers are going to know that he lied when he said he hadn't seen them. So what are we going to do? So Lucas basically, well, I guess I'm sticking with you, Mel. Yeah, that's cool. As long as you don't bring the monkey. Right? Haha, just kidding. And then they realize she's kind of like sitting there going, she's looking kind of pensive over there. What's going on with her? And then she says, you know, Nippur at first light. We need to head to Nippur at first light. So now this is where, so basically they all realize that they're in this together. Get it? So then they all, including Monkey, are going to embark on this journey. And this journey will carry us through 12 episodes, actually. And then the last thing you see in the show is the prince finding the pendant. So he knows that she was there. So in fact, that's what he said. He says, they were here. And that's the end of the episode. So it's to be continued, and that's kind of what goes on. So right now, I've got the sun shining in this window. Around 2 in the afternoon, that typically happens. So I'm going to look at the messages and then pretty much wrap it up. I think I've done a good work for today. A good work, I say. Okay, going back here. Okay, so JP, you get a bunch of retracted messages. I feel I get more gratification when completed work on my own stuff. All the stuff I've been done over 26 years, nothing but my resume. Seeing that work become successful would be great. So I know out of 8 films, to have a decent amount of success to maintain your freedom from the corporate world is a win. Well, and to be accurate, Amar, actually my corporate clients pretty much pay my bills. I don't actually make that much money from the movies. I've worked for Disney and several Hollywood studios doing props and assets and stuff. Okay. Even with some sound and editing for major motion pictures. Yep, kind of helps to know people in the business besides being really good at your craft. Darren T says, yeah, that personal touch is, well, he says, yeah, that personal touch is always what's important. Alright, so now that it's come back on, I'm going to quit. And I will definitely try the OBS Classic and see if that makes a difference. I'll probably try a dummy live stream just to see if it helps. So, with that, I will say goodbye, adieu, and maybe we'll have better luck tomorrow. And there will be more later.